Chapter 1544. Eteonyon insta-killed a heavenly god with lightning speed, stunning the other two heavenly gods, especially heavenly god Xiaoxing. He knew that Eteonyon was a little strange, but he never thought that it would be this strange. Everything was so strange. All of a sudden he appeared next to his companion and killed him in an instant. They had joined forces to unleash a spatial sealing formation. Let alone a lesser, heavenly venerate, even a heavenly god would be sealed. Who would have thought that against Eteonyon it would be as if everything had lost its effect? Instead, one of their heavenly gods was killed. "You killed my brother. I'm going to kill you." The heavenly god who had been silent all this, well, finally spat out a sentence. He immediately charged toward Eteonyon and summoned 3 spirit treasures to surround his body. Only now did he completely unleash his full strength. He had underestimated his opponent before, but now that his companion had been killed, he was filled with grief and indignation. He unleashed his strongest power without any regard for anything else. Heavenly god Xiaoxing was also enraged. He immediately summoned 3 spirit treasures and charged toward Lin. Because he had underestimated his opponent before, his companion had been killed. How could he dare to underestimate his opponent now? He was treating Eteonyon as an equal opponent. Facing the attacks of 2 heavenly gods, Eteonyon felt the pressure multiply. If it weren't for the fact that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he would have been severely suppressed. "Kill me? Then you guys can have fun." Eteonyon sneered. He turned around and quickly teleported to the side, escaping from this area. In an instant, the distance between them was widened by a large margin. Eteonyon wouldn't fight them head-on, especially when there were 2 heavenly gods. It would be very difficult to deal with them. It was already very difficult to deal with one, let alone 2 heavenly gods. Heavenly gods weren't cabbages. They weren't that easy to deal with. Thus, his main goal now was to escape. He would escape if he could. After escaping a certain distance, he tried to use the teleportation divine stone, only to find that it didn't work. It was as if he had been trapped. It's useless. Could it be that the nearby space isn't stable enough and the teleportation godstone can't be used? Eteonyon's heart sank. This was something he hadn't thought of. Since a long time ago, the teleportation godstone was not an invincible means of escape. It still had various limitations. For example, if space was locked, one would not be able to escape. One could only use teleportation to escape. Right now, there was quite a bit of spatial turbulence in the surroundings, forming a thick seal that locked down the space, making it impossible to use teleportation godstones. In this case, he could only escape from this area and use the teleportation godstone again. Don't even think of escaping. Heavenly god Xiaoxing and the others hurtled toward Lin at top speed, instantly closing down the distance between them. Celestial deities were celestial deities. The speed they erupted with was incomparable, far from what Empyreans could compare to. Even if Eteonyon activated his Kuan-Peng bloodline, he still wouldn't be able to match their speed. It would already be impressive if he could keep up with them, let alone surpass them. Eteonyon's crazy damage mode provided damage, not speed. This was why there was such a gap between them. He could quickly close the gap between them in terms of combat prowess, but he couldn't close the gap in terms of speed. Eteonyon's expression darkened, but he could only continue flying forward. At the same time, his body flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, he teleported to another area. He didn't dare to teleport too far away. There were too many spatial turbulence in the surroundings, and if he got too close, he would be sucked into it. Don't even think of escaping. They roared angrily and continued to chase after Lin. Their speed increased again, and they rushed toward Lin with all their might, completely ignoring the spatial turbulence around them. An enraged heavenly god was quite terrifying. "Go." Eteonyon tossed out several inferior-grade, heavenly venerate spirit treasures in quick succession. which exploded toward the two of them. After the extreme heavenly venerate spirit treasures were detonated, a violent explosion enshrouded them. Moments later, they broke through the explosion and continued to chase after Enlin. The explosion only had a minor effect on them, almost negligible. All of their heavenly venerate spirit treasures were brought out. Regardless of whether it was defense or attack, they all increased a great deal. Just detonating these low-level, heavenly venerate spirit treasures would not cause any major damage to him. Useless, then changed to another one. Etianyan ruthlessly threw out a middle-level heavenly venerate spirit treasure again, detonating the power inside. Boom! Boom! Compared to a low-level heavenly venerate spirit treasure, it was several times stronger, even over a dozen times stronger. The flame tongues of the explosion directly swallowed them up. The power was much greater, at least equivalent to an upper heavenly venerate's all-out attack. Furthermore, it was the extremely strong kind. This kid is really willing to part with it. They rushed out of that explosion again, already in sorry states. It was not like before when they only had a little bit of injuries. But overall, there was not too much of a problem. The impact was not great. This kind of offensive made them pause for a short while. But they continued to chase after again very quickly, their hearts exploding with anger. When we catch him later, we must skin him alive for me. His grandma! What a freak! Detonating heavenly venerate spirit treasures twice in a row let them experience what was called extravagance. If it were them, they would not dare to be so wasteful. If they saw Etianyan crazily flinging out many heavenly venerate spirit treasures before, they would know what was called squandering. When they just came out of the explosion, they looked up and discovered that there was no one in front of them. Where is he? Just as they were in a trance, a sense of crisis came from behind them. 5 giant dragons pierced through the defenses of one of the celestial deities. Closely following that, continuing to penetrate inside, sneak attack. Yi Tianyun's favorite way to deal with these powerhouses was to sneak attack, using the effect of instant transmission. He could absolutely toy with them in circles. Break for me! Yi Tianyan roared angrily. Extreme penetrative power superimposed on the 5-dragon divine spear. All of his power similarly pouring out. Get lost for me! This celestial deity roared angrily, reaching out a hand to slap over here, wanting to smash the divine spear that pierced over flying. But Yi Tianyun's speed was a tad faster. A spear flung over, puncturing this celestial deity's body. Boom! The two were blasted flying at the same time. Yi Tianyan was smashed flying out, and the other party's body was also blasted to smithereens. But he did not die, merely suffering serious injuries. Yi Tianyan was smashed by this move and similarly suffered considerable injuries. Sure enough, clashing head-on with a celestial deity who was prepared, he could not achieve the degree of crushing them for the time being. Dealing with them was very difficult. Unless his cultivation went a step further, perhaps a sneak attack just now could have killed them in one move. Even if he could not kill them in one move, he could at least make them lose combat strength. Right now, he could only seriously injure them, not kill them. Chapter 1545. Yi Tianyan didn't manage to kill the heavenly deity, but the damage he brought caused them to feel incomparably shocked. He almost succeeded. Just think about it, a lesser Empyrean being able to seriously injure a celestial deity. It was enough to scare people to death. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was still very shocking. Especially when he was prepared, he was still able to do this. This proved that it was quite shocking. Damn it, this brat is too strange. The two of them were shocked and angry. They didn't expect that a brat could seriously injure them. Not only did he kill their companions, but he also heavily injured them. This was definitely out of their expectations. This kid can't be left alive. The two of them glanced at each other. The 3 Empyrean spirit treasures revolving around them bloomed with dazzling light as they bombarded Yi Tianyan. This time, They were beginning to overdraw on the strength of their Empyrean spirit treasures. At the cost of their Empyrean spirit treasures, they were fiercely attacking Tianyin. No matter how much pain they felt in their hearts, they could only let it out. If they allowed Tianyin to continue his sneak attacks, they would really be finished. Tianyin quickly recovered from the injuries in his body. His injuries were not light, but with his super recovery ability, he quickly recovered from most of them. Even so, it would be troublesome for him to launch another sneak attack. Through this sneak attack, he had a rough idea of the gap between them. The difference in cultivation was still too great. My speed is still a little lacking. Level up. Tianyun's eyes flashed. He immediately spent crazy points on Kuin Peng bloodline. Ding. The rock bloodline has been upgraded to level 3. Speed increased by 50 times. Below the heavenly venerable level, originally the Kuin Peng bloodline could increase one's speed by 100 times. Now, after the upgrade, it did not increase one's speed by much. Instead, it decreased to 50 times. However, it was allowed to increase the speed by 50 times under the cultivation of an Empyrean. This was already enough. Previously, when he broke through to the heavenly venerable realm, he could only increase his speed by a few times or a dozen times. Now that he had leveled up, his speed had increased by more than 50 times, which meant that he would be many times faster than before. But correspondingly, the amount of crazy point required is really enough, and a lot of it was deducted at once. Fortunately, he didn't use much crazy point recently, so he could level up. Just as he finished leveling up, the attacks of the two in front of him happened to hit him. Tianyun's figure flickered, and the image of a Kuin Peng appeared behind him. Whoosh! It was countless times faster than teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from their sight. Boom! At the same time, their attacks exploded in the area where Tianyin had been. The affected area was extremely wide, and even the ancient ruins nearby were affected. Rocks flew everywhere. This kid, let's see if he can survive this time. They heaved a sigh of relief. It would be strange if they didn't die after expending so much energy. The power of their attacks was truly at the level of a powerful lower-level heavenly god, let alone an Empyrean. Even an ordinary heavenly god would be severely injured. Just when they thought that everything was over, the 5 enormous dragons seemed to have passed through time and space, roaring madly from behind them. They rushed into the body of the heavenly deity that had been heavily injured before. How boom! The spear was like a dragon, roaring and tearing apart everything. Before this heavenly god could even react, he was already blasted into dregs. The attack, this time, truly tore through everything, completely wiping out this heavenly deity. Before, it didn't completely penetrate the inside of the heavenly god, but now, taking advantage of the fact that he was killed, it completely crushed him at a faster speed. To be able to kill a heavenly god, the difficulty was really not small. The attack was enough to kill him, but the speed was half a beat slower. Now that the speed has increased, it finally filled a loophole and killed him at a faster speed. This is also thanks to these two guys. They were too confident in themselves and thought that they could really kill Tianyin. It has to be said that the attack range is really wide. A large area was blocked, but for him it was useless. With the amazing speed of the Kuin Peng, he quickly escaped from the attack range. Especially with instant teleportation, it is the perfect escape plan. Ding successfully killed 8 Cloud Heavenly God, 60,000 compressed Crazy Point, 40,000 compressed Sin Point. Obtained 8 Cloud Spirit Treasure, Lower Level Heavenly Lord Spirit Treasure, 8 Wind Spirit Treasure, Middle Level Heavenly Lord Spirit Treasure, 8 Grade Spirit Treasure, Upper Level Heavenly Lord Spirit Treasure. Obtained additional kill reward, 50,000 compressed Crazy Point. The reward once again exploded, which made Tianyin feel extremely comfortable. If he kills 2 or 3 more heavenly gods, he will be able to level up again. This speed of leveling up is absolutely amazing. Your speed Heavenly God Xiaoxing was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Tianyan to be able to sneak around them and attack them again. This time he was really scared. He even suspected that Yi Tianyan's cultivation is at the heavenly god level. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? What's wrong with my speed? Now that you are the only one left, let me see the power of your heavenly god realm. Yi Tianyan snorted coldly. Heavenly God Xiao Xing definitely won't let him go. He will never let go of those who want to kill him. Even if he can't kill them right away, after a while, he will hunt them down for revenge. He has always believed in revenge. This is the principle he always believes in. Heavenly God Xiaoxing's face sank. He didn't expect that after losing 2 of his companions this time, Yi Tianyan still wants to challenge him. You're just as arrogant as your master. Heavenly God Xiaoxing began to activate the power of his bloodline, and his 3 heavenly venerate spirit treasures began to burn relentlessly. He really was going to go all out this time. Even the slightest loss of his heavenly venerate spirit treasures was extremely distressing to him. Now, he discovered that if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be distressed anymore. After all, he was going to die right away, so what was there to be distressed about? I don't know what your true cultivation base is, but the final outcome is that you will die. Heavenly God Xiaoxing let loose an enraged roar before charging toward Yi Tianyan. There was no escape route, and he had to unleash his full power in order to unleash the power of a heavenly god. Yi Tianyan was immediately struck by a sense of pressure. It looked like there was still a huge gap between him and heavenly god Xiaoxing. Only an idiot would attack you head-on. Yi Tianyan didn't plan to engage in a head-on battle from the very beginning. The disparity between their cultivation bases was clear for all to see, and it didn't seem like it was fair and square, but the winner takes all. If he didn't take advantage of his advantages and chose to attack head-on instead, wouldn't that be the behavior of an idiot? His body then flashed, and he disappeared into space to hide there, not planning to come out. It's no use hiding in space. Heavenly God Xiaoxing waved a hand, and a large expanse of space was torn open in an attempt to dig out Yi Tianyan. However, what he tore open was a vast expanse of space, and there was nothing there. Immediately afterward, a figure appeared beside him before unleashing a ferocious attack. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, and both of them were knocked flying. Yi Tianyan was knocked flying the furthest, but he was still in a relatively good condition. Chapter 1546. After unleashing his full power, Heavenly Cultivation Star became far more difficult to deal with than before. It was quite clear that sneak attacks were no longer as easy to deal with. After slaying 2 heavenly gods in quick succession, Heavenly Cultivation Star would really be an idiot if he didn't become cautious. After unleashing his full power, Heavenly Cultivation Star quickly launched a frenzied attack toward Yi Tianyan. Each and every one of his attacks was lethal and lethal. Yi Tianyan could only quickly evade to the side. He didn't dare to face Heavenly Cultivation Star head-on. There was a massive gap between him and Heavenly Cultivation Star, and he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought head-on. I either have to stall for time, or I have to run. He only had 2 choices now. If he continued to stall for time, Heavenly Cultivation Star would definitely be exhausted. Heavenly Cultivation Star was unleashing his full power, so he definitely wouldn't be able to last much longer. However, he really didn't know how long he would be able to last. At the very least, Yi Tianyan could only just barely evade under the relentless barrage of attacks. He would occasionally be struck, and he felt like his body was about to be torn apart. The other choice was to run. If he ran, he would still be able to escape from a heavenly god. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Tianyan could only choose to run. It looked like Heavenly Cultivation Star wouldn't be exhausted anytime soon. If he was forced into a corner, then it would be extremely troublesome. He immediately fled to the side at his fastest speed, leaving Heavenly Cultivation Star in the dust. Don't even think about getting away. Heavenly Cultivation Star caught up to him at an even faster speed. He didn't want Yi Tianyan to get away. If he did, then he would really be screwed. After all, if Tianyin went back and told the great Devis about this, then he would definitely be screwed. Even if there was no evidence, the great Devis would definitely trust his disciple rather than him. The distance between Tianyin and Tianyin was quickly shortened, and he quickly threw out 3 celestial master spirit treasures towards Tianyin. Tianyin's heart sank. There was no way for him to evade now, so he could only face them head-on. There was a lot of spatial turbulence around them, so he didn't dare to use teleportation to escape. Open! Tianyin erupted with his full strength. He brandished his long spear and smashed it out. 3 Empyrean spirit treasures flew over and collided with his attack. Boom! A violent collision directly bombarded him, sending him flying. He tumbled a few times, his internal organs tumbling, and he felt as if they were going to shift positions. He quickly healed himself, twisted his body, and fled to another area. Suddenly, the surrounding void began to distort and then rapidly collapse. A giant spatial rift appeared. Then, the violent space turbulence sucked them in. They didn't even have the chance to struggle before they were sucked in. Tianyin only felt a pulling force coming from below. In an instant, he felt like he was being swallowed, completely submerged in the space turbulence. He felt that no matter what he did, he would not be able to break free from this place. As for teleportation, there was no reaction at all. He was completely locked in by the spatial turbulence. Spatial turbulence! Heavenly God Xiuxing's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately turned to flee into the distance. He might be able to escape from normal spatial turbulence, but there was no way to escape from this place. This spatial turbulence was simply too vast. If he was sucked into it, he would be dead for sure. Even if he didn't die, who knew where he would be teleported to? If he was teleported to a remote corner or a dangerous area, he wouldn't even know how to get out. So he immediately gave up on killing Tianyin and turned around to run away. Moreover, according to this situation, there is no need for him to do anything. Tianyin will die here. Why would he need to do anything? Since you're here, then don't leave. Tianyin suddenly unleashed a spear, and energy surged toward him as if it had taken a substantial form. Let go of me. Heavenly God Xiuxing waved his weapon in rage to disperse the energy surging toward him. Tianyin's attack was naturally unable to stop him, but it could buy him some time. Even if it was only a few seconds, it would be enough. This was the situation he was in right now. After buying him some time, the spatial turbulence quickly swept toward him and dragged him in. Now, even Heavenly God Xiuxing had been dragged in, and both of them were trapped. Why, you little be *starred. Heavenly God Xiuxing wanted to throw up a mouthful of blood. Never would he have thought that he would be dragged in here. He had almost escaped just then, only to be dragged back here. Now, both of them had been dragged into this spatial turbulence. Didn't you want to chase me just then? I'm giving you a chance now. Why don't you come in together and chase me? Tianyin smiled. The spatial turbulence around them began to twist and warp, and an extremely dangerous feeling surged toward them from all directions. However, he wasn't afraid at all. What could he be afraid of? He had been reborn. If you want to die, then die. Why did you drag me into this? Heavenly God Xiuxing wanted to kill Enlin, but in this spatial turbulence they were all separated and swept all the way to the very bottom. This was like a vortex that would constantly drag people into it until they reached the very bottom. At that time, the fate that awaited them, whether they would live or die, was really unknown. I don't want to die, and I won't die. Tianyin pointed at him. You're dead for sure. Remember to say goodbye to them when you go to hell. Your other friends will be joining you soon. At the very least, I won't die before you die. Heavenly God Xiuxing was enraged, and he charged toward Tianyin with all his might. He wanted to kill Tianyin before he died. Tianyin smiled faintly, but he couldn't even be bothered to move. Heavenly God Xiaoxing's attack was quickly torn apart by the spatial turbulence, so it couldn't even touch him. Not to mention the fact that their attacks were being torn apart, even their bodies were starting to crumble. They could clearly sense a terrifying, tearing force that was about to tear them into dust. This was undoubtedly a spatial turbulence of death, not some kind of spatial turbulence that could sweep people away. If they were teleported to another area, they would still have a chance at survival. However, they were being torn apart, which was completely different. This spatial turbulence has only just begun, so it's not the type of spatial turbulence that can be easily teleported out of. Yi Tianyin immediately knew that this spatial turbulence was going to tear them apart. Chapter 1547. Even a heavenly god would be dead for sure if they were swept into such a terrifying spatial turbulence of death. In particular, such a massive spatial turbulence was far more powerful than the ones in the outside world. It was at least a dozen times more powerful than the ones in the outside world. Even a normal heavenly god wouldn't be able to escape from such terrifying, destructive power. As such, heavenly god Xiaoxing was also unable to escape. No matter how he struggled, it was all pointless. In the face of such terrifying spatial turbulence of death, he would be ground to dust. What a pity. Your attacks won't work here. I won't even be able to die in front of you. Yi Tianyin seems to be fixed in the turbulence. He can't even twist his body. As for flying, he can't move at all. It was as if he had been swept away by the waves. No matter how good his swimming skills were, he could only be swept away by the waves. Not only Yi Tianyin, but even heavenly god Xiaoxing was completely immobilized. As for attacking, even if he could, it wouldn't work. You're going to die in front of me. Heavenly god Xiaoxing's eyes were bloodshot as his 3 heavenly venerate spirit treasures enshrouded his body. Yi Tianyin can see that this is his final struggle. He can only hold on for a while at most. He can't hold on for too long. In the face of such terrifying spatial turbulence of death, he would still be ground to dust. He was doing this because he wanted to see Yi Tianyin die before him. He wanted to live a little longer. Is that so? You'll know when the time comes. Yi Tianyin also unleashed his own power to protect himself. His previous moves were useless here. What invincibility? What defense? In reality, this was only true for those with lower cultivation bases. In the face of this spatial turbulence, there was still a huge disparity. If he could withstand the spatial turbulence, that would mean that he would be able to easily withstand a powerful attack from a heavenly god. If that was the case, he would have used it a long time ago. As time passed by, they were quickly dragged down into the spatial turbulence. The outcome was already set in stone, and there was nothing they could do to change it. Heavenly god Xiaoxing only hoped that he could survive. After all, as long as the spatial turbulence stabilized, he would have a chance to survive. Even if he was teleported to a dangerous area, he still had a chance to survive. Therefore, he did not give up the last bit of hope. Yi Tianyin had been reborn, and although he wasn't afraid, he didn't want to be torn apart so quickly. If he was reborn, he would be torn apart again, and that feeling wouldn't be good. Soon, the 2 of them were finally swept to the bottom. A terrifying, tearing force came from all directions. Yi Tianyin could feel this terrifying power. If his cultivation was any lower, or if his physique was any weaker, he would have long been torn to pieces. He was only able to persevere until now because of the support of his powerful bloodline. Heavenly god Xiaoxing wasn't in a much better state. He didn't think that Yi Tianyin would be able to hold on for so long. However, both of them looked on with bloodshot eyes and didn't say anything. Now that it was the most critical moment, how could he have the strength to speak? He could only try his best to preserve his life. Finally, when they reached the bottom, the spatial turbulence swallowed them up, and the 2 of them were completely sucked in. The barrier around Yi Tianyin's body was completely torn apart after a short while. Immediately afterward, his body was engulfed inch by inch, and the excruciating pain surged straight into his head. Tianyin felt as if he would rather die than live, but he was able to persevere through his immense willpower. However, just because he was able to repress the pain didn't mean that his body wouldn't disappear. Even with his powerful regenerative abilities, he would still be torn to pieces. As for Heavenly God Xiaoxing, he had more treasures, so he had the upper hand. This allowed him to persevere for a while longer. He felt extremely elated as he watched Tianyin being torn apart bit by bit. "I told you that you would die sooner." A sinister expression appeared on his face. Even if he were to die, he would die after Tianyin. However, not long after that, the barrier around his body was also torn apart, and his body was also torn to pieces. He was still persevering with all his might. As long as his soul wasn't destroyed, there was a chance for him to be reborn. Both of them persevered. Before they knew it, their bodies had become blurry, and they felt as if they had been swept into a peculiar space. After the two of them completely disappeared, the spatial turbulence gradually shrank before completely disappearing, as if nothing had ever existed. In another space and time, Heavenly God Xiaoxing's entire body was blurry and indistinct. Only a small portion of his soul remained. "I am not dead." Heavenly God Xiaoxing discovered that he was in a special space. He didn't know what kind of space this was, but he knew that he wasn't dead. As long as his soul was still present, he would be able to reconstruct his body and return to his original state. His body had been destroyed, and he would have to rest for several thousand years before he could return to his peak condition. Hence, even if he didn't die, he would still be half crippled. "Haha, that little brat is dead for sure, but I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I survived this spatial turbulence." He wanted to laugh to his heart's content. After all, it was a good thing that he was still alive. However, he only had half a head left, so he couldn't even speak. It was already a good thing that he was still alive. Immediately afterward, energy began to emanate from his soul to reconstruct his body bit by bit. If he was disturbed now, he would also be dead for sure. Even though he was still alive, that didn't mean that he could be reborn right away. This process was extremely taxing, especially since he only had half a head left. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to recover very quickly even if he was missing an arm or a leg. However, he only had half a head left, so it was already very fortunate that he could recover slowly. In his current state, even a small child could smash him into a pulp. When his head was completely reconstructed and he was about to reconstruct his body, a figure suddenly appeared before him. After taking a closer look, he discovered that it was none other than Tianyin. Tianyin appeared before him, completely unscathed, and he looked at him with a very friendly smile. "You really are a lucky bastard. You managed to survive even under such circumstances. However, it's a pity that you're going to die soon." A faint smile appeared on Tianyin's face, and it looked like the smile of a demon. "How are you still alive?" Heavenly God Xiaoxing was astonished. Even if Enlin had survived as long as he had, how could he have recovered so quickly? His cultivation base was higher than Tianyin's, so he would definitely be able to recover faster. Now that Tianyin had made such a complete recovery, how could he not be scared? Chapter 1548. Of course, Tianyin didn't die. In fact, he was still alive and kicking. His initial state was actually similar to Heavenly God Xiaoxing's. Both of them were in a half-crippled state, but after being reborn from the flames, he immediately became lively again. Rebirth from the flames didn't have to be triggered by death. It could also be triggered when one was on the brink of death. After being triggered, one could immediately be reborn and return to their original state. He was very satisfied with this divine skill. As such, he wasn't worried at all, let alone that he would die. However, there was something unexpected, which was that the power of his soul had increased. It had reached the level of the heavenly venerable initial stage in one go. This could be considered an unexpected surprise. He reckoned that it had improved bit by bit when he was enduring the tearing force. Forcing himself to persevere gave him a feeling that his soul power was being tempered. As such, he was able to make rapid breakthroughs and successfully break through to the level of the heavenly venerable stage. This speed was indeed enviable, but Itianyan didn't want to experience this feeling. It was simply too painful. The feeling of being torn apart bit by bit was too intense, and it was not easy to persevere. As such, even though he was making breakthroughs at an astonishing speed, he still didn't want to experience this feeling. This was an effect obtained by dying, so the improvement would definitely be astonishing. He would die if he wasn't careful. He might be able to be reborn, but who knew if there would be any accidents? Sometimes rebirth wasn't omnipotent. For example, if he was reborn, he would immediately die and then be reborn again. If this continued, he would run out of crazy points. How would he be reborn then? As such, he wouldn't do things that were too dangerous. He had too many things on his shoulders now. No, impossible. Your cultivation base is so low. How could you be fine? Heavenly God Xiaoxing could speak again after recovering his mouth. The truth is right before my eyes. Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. However, I would like to see who the mastermind behind you is. Yi Tianyin grabbed the old man's head and started searching his soul. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to search the soul of a heavenly god. A heavenly god's soul was very powerful, and his cultivation base was even more powerful. A slight backlash could kill him, so how could he dare to search his soul? However, things were different now. Heavenly God Xiaoxing was in a half-crippled state, and his soul was also half-crippled. How was he supposed to retaliate? Under Yi Tianyun's forceful soul-searching, surging energy quickly surged into his brain, and he began to crazily search his soul. Heavenly cultivation, Star began to struggle, but he was unable to put up any resistance aside from howling with all his might. The memories in his mind began to be quickly extracted. Some could be searched, and some could not. Soul search was the most common martial art, but it was also the martial art with the most loopholes. To put it bluntly, it wasn't complete enough. As such, when Zhang Xian tried to search someone's soul, he would only be able to obtain a small portion of it. Unless the other party didn't struggle at all, it would still be very difficult to search the other party's soul. Because of this, the memories Yi Tianyin obtained were all fragmented. He didn't really care about that. As long as he could obtain a portion of Heavenly Cultivation Star's memories, that would be enough. At the very least, he would be able to find out what Heavenly Cultivation Star was up to. Moments later, Heavenly Cultivation Star frothed at the mouth, and he appeared to be half unconscious. After such a casual soul search, his soul was severely injured. Even though he didn't become an idiot, he looked no different from an idiot. Well, there's still a lot of things that I don't understand, but I know a lot now. Yi Tianyin stood up and raised his foot to stomp on Heavenly Cultivation Star's head. Bang! Heavenly Cultivation Star's head exploded. Ding! Successfully killed Heavenly Cultivation Star. Received 6 million compressed EXP, 50,000 compressed CPS, 40,000 compressed SBS. Obtained Cultivation Star Spirit Treasure, Lesser Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure, Heaven Cultivation Spirit Treasure, Intermediate Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure, Cloud Cultivation Spirit Treasure, Upper Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure, Heaven Cultivation God Realm Map. Obtained additional reward of 50,000 compressed CPS. He was extremely satisfied with the explosive EXP he obtained again, which was why he didn't want to let them go. How could he not eat a piece of meat that was delivered to his mouth? It was just that it was a bit difficult to kill Heavenly Cultivation Star, but the heavens were really helping him now. Not only that, but he also obtained some information. Immediately after, he shifted his gaze to the surroundings and discovered that there were chains in the sky. It was not the ordinary blue sky, nor was it the planets outside. What he saw was a chain that sealed off the entire sky. An oppressive power came from above, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Where is this place? Tianyin looked at the chain above him and started to analyze it with his appraisal eye. Heavenly Tao shackles. Seals all the power of the heavenly Tao, suppressing one's cultivation base, making it impossible to break through. Tianyin was really shocked after investigating it. He didn't expect this kind of thing to exist. It sealed off the entire space, and it was mainly used to suppress one's cultivation base. His cultivation base was still at the lesser, heavenly venerable realm, but he knew that it was definitely not to suppress one's cultivation base, but to make it impossible to break through. The teleportation divine stone can't be used either. Tianyun's brows furrowed. He didn't think that the place he had been teleported to would be so special that even the teleportation divine stone couldn't be used. The teleportation divine stone had always been his life-saving divine stone. As long as he hid, he could easily escape to another area, and no one would be able to stop him. However, things were different now. He could only use it successfully if the space around him wasn't sealed off and he was relatively safe. His cultivation base was too low in the past, and the enemies he faced were too weak, so he naturally couldn't use it to seal off the area. Now that he was facing heavenly venerates and heavenly gods, the teleportation divine stone was immediately useless and couldn't be used as an escape tool. He could only use things like instant teleportation to escape to a safe area. Looks like I'll have to find a way out of this place, Tianyin thought for a moment, then rushed up to the heavenly Tao shackles. But when he rushed up to the heavenly Tao shackles, he was bounced back as if he hit a hard wall. This was not unexpected. He knew that it wouldn't be so easy to break through, but he didn't think that there wouldn't even be a single crack. Open for me. Tianyin took out the 5-dragon divine spear and fiercely stabbed at the heavenly Tao shackles. But with a loud bang, even with his full strength, he was unable to break open a single crack. Instead, the power of his attack was repelled, sending him flying back. Chapter 1549. There's no effect. Tianyun's heart sank. He had already used his full power, an attack that could even injure a heavenly deity. However, it could do nothing to the heavenly Tao shackles. Instead, it reflected the force of his attack, making him dizzy. Blood leaked out of the webbing between his thumb and index finger, and he nearly lost his grip on the 5-dragon divine spear. Just thinking about it made Xiaoqin feel uncomfortable. He had to bear the majority of the force of his attack. Clearly, the level of the heavenly Tao shackles was not something he could break. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao shackles did not belong to the category of divine seals. Hence, with Xiaoqin's current level as a divine inscriber, not to mention rank 6 or rank 7, even a rank 9 divine inscriber would be useless. As the name suggested, the heavenly Tao shackles could lock out heavenly Tao energy. Without heavenly Tao energy, there would be no heavenly tribulation or heavenly Tao energy. Normally, those who used heavenly Tao energy would need it when they broke through to the star venerate level. Without heavenly Tao energy, it would be hard to break through. This was like an earth monarch. They needed heavenly Tao energy to cultivate and even snatched heavenly Tao energy from the heavenly tribulation to raise their strength. This was like snatching resources from the heavens, continuously snatching heavenly Tao energy. Now that Xiaoqin no longer had heavenly Tao energy, how could he cultivate? It looks like there is no way to destroy this place. Tianyin turned his head to look to the side. He immediately saw a city in the distance. As for the actual situation, he just had to go over and ask. Following that, Xiaoqin flew to the edge of the city and quickly descended, heading inside. When he arrived at the bottom of the city, he saw many cultivators coming and going. Their cultivations were relatively low. Tianyin casually looked around and saw that the strongest cultivator was only a void spirit stage cultivator. This was the cultivation that Xiaoqin had seen in the fan a long time ago. Back then, This cultivation had been very strong. If he continued to break through, he would have become a holy king. It was just that he had seen too much. His cultivation level was really not enough to look at. He only needed to use his soul sense to see the whole picture of this place clearly. He also knew how strong the cultivators inside were. There were basically all kinds of cultivators here, and there was no discrimination. He followed him directly into the city, and no guard stopped him. There were people coming and going here, and as long as it wasn't someone special, no one would come to stop them. The environment here is not bad. Tianyin looked at the situation on both sides. Most of the things that should be sold were available. It was considered normal. However, there was no heavenly energy here. It was as if he had returned to the place where Fan Yu was, making it difficult for him to break through. At the same time, the resources here were quite limited. Some of them were Fan Yu level, but there were basically no high-level resources. After carefully looking around, there was nothing strange about the overall situation, except that the security was quite tight. However, it was not the cultivators who were guarding this place. Instead, it was the people on the city wall outside who kept staring outside. It was unknown what they were on guard against. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. At the same time, in the city lord's room at the center of the city, City Lord Wu was reading a book. At this time, a voice sounded in his ear. "You are the city lord here, right?" City Lord Wu was shocked and turned his head to look over. He didn't know when a young man was sitting next to him and looking at him, but he didn't notice it at all. "Yes, I am the city lord here. May I know why you came to my Dongyue city, sir?" City Lord Wu quickly suppressed his shock and changed his attitude to one of respect. He was the strongest here, which was the void spirit stage. Since he could easily come to his side and sit down to look at him, he believed that his cultivation must be higher than him. Since that was the case, he would definitely not be so impulsive and scold the person who came. He knew that if the other party wanted him dead, he would definitely do it secretly. So he acted very calmly and showed the demeanor that a city lord should have. "I happened to pass by here and would like to ask you something." Tianyin saw that City Lord Wu calmed down so quickly and felt that he was quite a character. "May I know what you want to ask, sir? I will answer all I know." City Lord Wu smiled. "I want to know when the heavenly Tao shackles above were formed." Tianyin pointed up and asked, "Those things are called heavenly Tao shackles." City Lord Wu shook his head and said, "As for how they formed, I'm not very clear. They seem to have appeared a long time ago and have been there for a long time." Tianyin looked at City Lord Wu. It was obvious that he couldn't know the details. He didn't even know about the heavenly Tao shackles, so what information could he get from him? "Appeared a long time ago?" Tianyin continued to ask. "Yes, appeared a long time ago, but we really don't know when exactly it appeared." City Lord Wu shook his head and said, "Then do you feel anything strange?" Tianyin asked, "Strange? What can be strange? If there is anything special, there's one. Report, report." At this time, the guards rushed in from outside. When they saw Tianyin inside, they were stunned. They were clearly guarding outside and didn't see anyone come in. Why was there suddenly someone here? Is it the mutated race? City Lord Wu said coldly, "Why, yes, it's the mutated race." The guards reacted and quickly nodded. "Sir, I'm very sorry, but I have something important to do now. If you want to ask anything else, please wait until we chase the mutated race away." After saying that, City Lord Wu cupped his hands apologetically to Tianyin, turned around and flew out. Mutated race? Tianyin thought for a moment and flew out with City Lord Wu. When he followed them out of the main city, he immediately saw that there were many evil spirit race attacking from outside the city walls. The few arms on their backs were their symbols. However, their cultivation was not high. They were all around the void spirit stage, and there were even lower levels. As soon as they arrived, they laughed loudly and swept over, grabbing cultivators one by one and devouring them. It's actually the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun's eyes darkened. He didn't expect to see such things here. After they attacked, they kept grabbing cultivators to devour, and the guards' defense was basically useless. Their cultivation was too far apart, so how could they resist? However, they could only brace themselves and resist. They rushed up one by one and slashed as many times as they could. After City Lord Wu charged out, he took out a large saber and roared, "A bunch of trash, come and die!" Chapter 1550. City Lord Wu rushed in all directions, wanting to kill the evil spirit race. However, just as he reached there, he was blocked by a powerful evil spirit race, not allowing him to attack. "I'll play with you." The evil spirit race mocked and intercepted him. City Lord Wu attacked crazily, but they were all easily blocked by the evil spirit race without any pressure. After blocking several times, the evil spirit race was a little tired of playing. It smiled and said, "I'm tired of playing. It's time to devour." Following that, the evil spirit race pounced over, and its speed instantly surpassed City Lord Wu's. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of City Lord Wu and waved its claws, wanting to tear City Lord Wu into several pieces. At this critical moment, City Lord Wu's figure flashed and barely dodged the attack. However, a large piece of his arm was torn off, and it was almost torn off along with his arm. Huff, huff, huff. City Lord Wu quickly retreated and dodged to the side. Cold sweat had already seeped out of his forehead, drenching his clothes. The sense of danger of death made him gasp for air. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. He had almost been torn into several pieces. The strength of this generation's City Lord is not bad, but it ends here. The evil spirit race pounced over again, wanting to devour City Lord Wu. City Lord Wu's expression changed. He wanted to quickly dodge, but how could his speed compare to the evil spirit race's? In the next moment, the evil spirit race opened its huge mouth to devour him. When he felt this sense of danger, his face turned pale and his heart was filled with despair. He did not expect to die just like that. Other than despair, he was even more unwilling. At this moment, a figure flew over and grabbed the evil spirit race's head, fixing it in the air. Following that, a wave of energy frantically entered the evil spirit race's head, as if it was searching for something. My lord? City Lord Wu was immediately stunned when he saw it clearly. The person who suddenly appeared to save him was Yi Tianyun, who had appeared in his room earlier. At this moment, Yi Tianyun must have rushed over to save him. He had been at odds with the evil spirit race from the very beginning, so when he saw the evil spirit race, he naturally had to exterminate it. However, he did not immediately kill the evil spirit race in his hands. Instead, he began to frantically search his soul, wanting to understand the general situation. Under his powerful soul, the other party did not even have the chance to struggle, and all of his memories were obediently confessed. Immediately afterwards, the bodies of the evil spirit race in the other areas suddenly trembled and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Pa! They exploded one after another. Some of the guards who were blocking didn't even understand what was going on before they saw the evil spirit race explode in front of them. Not long later, all of the invading evil spirit race exploded, dyeing the entire area red, making it look rather bloody. The group of guards and cultivators were dumbfounded. No one knew what was going on. Following that, the evil spirit race in Yi Tianyun's hand was thrown into the air by him. With a pung sound, it exploded into a bloody mist in the air. Just like the other evil spirit race, it could not be more dead. So that's how it is. However, minions are still minions. They still know too little. Yi Tianyun frowned. The contents of the memories he had obtained from the search were still too little. This level was simply too low, so the information he knew was naturally very little. City Lord Wu, who was at the side, was stunned. He never thought that this mysterious person would be so strong. Seeing this technique, He knew that the outsider at the side was killed by Eteonion. However, Eteonion didn't even move and killed them all. This kind of strength caused him to be dumbfounded. He really couldn't imagine what kind of cultivation level he had to be able to do this. My lord, thank you for your help. City, Lord Wu immediately knelt on the ground. How could he still dare to stand? Actually, he was more worried that after killing the outsider he would kill them. He didn't know why Eteonion had come, so he could only think of the worst. Get up. Eteonion reached into the void and pulled him up. He said calmly, don't worry. The outsider you mentioned is also my enemy. I have no ill intentions towards you. On the contrary, I am here to help you. Help us? City Lord Wu's eyes were filled with joy when he heard this. Then thank you, my lord. There's no need to say anything else. These outsider tribes only attack after a period of time? Eteonion asked. Yes, every time they attack after a long period of time. Every time they come, they will devour quite a number of people. However, they won't kill us all. They will only let us go after devouring about half of the people. City Lord Wu said angrily, Dongyue City has had countless city lords. Every time, they devour the city lord. If not for my lord's help, I'm afraid I would also be dead. Every time we are powerless to resist. Even if we want to escape, it's useless. The situation in the other cities is the same. They will only stop after more than half of their people are killed. This kind of feeling is like livestock being reared in captivity, right? Eteonion interrupted to help. Yes. City Lord Wu felt a little awkward. He didn't want to say it out loud. It was too unpleasant to hear. It gave him this kind of feeling. In fact, it's like this. Eteonion narrowed his eyes. After searching their souls, he had a rough idea of the situation here. They were like livestock being reared in captivity. Every time they were fattened up, they would come to devour a wave of people. Rearing them in captivity and devouring them would be extremely beneficial. This was because the cultivators here had relatively low cultivation levels, but their bloodlines were all of a relatively good level. They could even be linked to ancient bloodlines. That's right, this group of cultivators was the possessor of ancient bloodlines. After absorbing the ancient heavenly venerate bloodline, he found that the concentration of their bloodline was not low. It could be said that it was an ancient bloodline. The effect of devouring it was undoubtedly a little stronger. In that case, everything made sense. This place was sealed by the heavenly Tao shackles to prevent their cultivation from advancing by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, it would be much more difficult to devour them. In the end, the area that Eteonion was swept into was actually a captive space, a space that was kept in captivity by a grade 5 god realm. As expected, the evil spirit race has some power in the grade 5 god realm. No wonder they are so arrogant. Eteonion recalled the time when he fought the evil spirit race in the outer god realm. Even the leader of the evil spirit race said that he was dead for sure. Now it seemed that facing a grade 5 god realm was really like hitting a rock with an egg. He had never been there, so he didn't know what kind of existence there was in a grade 5 god realm. However, it was very likely that there were many ancient heavenly gods alive. Chapter 1551. In the outside world, they all thought that the ancient bloodline, which was in existence with a relatively high concentration of bloodlines, had already become a legend or extremely rare. From the looks of it, it wasn't rare at all. It was completely trapped here and raised in captivity. After fattening for a period of time, he would devour a wave to increase the strength of the evil spirit race. The evil spirit race that was sent over were all very talented. After absorbing these bloodlines, they would undoubtedly become even more astonishing. To put it bluntly, it was a bit like the hunting ground of the evil spirit race's geniuses. When the number of livestock here increased, they could come over and harvest a wave. In this world, there were several large cities, and the total number of people was not considered high. However, with the combination of resources, the number of cultivators would still slowly increase. After accumulating to a certain extent, they would start to be hunted. However, as time passed, the bloodline would slowly become thinner. There was no doubt about this. If he wanted to increase the density and strength of his bloodline, he could only stabilize it by increasing his cultivation. Only by carrying on the family line would he be able to become stronger or denser. However, their cultivations were all fixed, and they were unable to break through to the Star Lord or Earth Lord realm. How could the density of their bloodline be dense? Therefore, this group of people would definitely become very ordinary existences in the end. However, this process was still rather long, enough for them to devour for a long time. It's very possible that there are other similar areas. Etianyan looked at the surrounding space. The cultivators in this area were limited to a certain cultivation level, and it was very likely that the other areas would be restricted to a higher level. This was truly equivalent to livestock. Different levels could be devoured by different levels of evil spirit race. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. It was truly terrifying. When their strength increases, I'm afraid the second battle of the Divine Lord will be getting closer and closer. Etianyan believed that it was very likely that a second battle of the Divine Lord would occur. How could those old fogies be willing? There must be some kind of power restraining them, which was why they did not immediately attack. If there was no power restraining them, he believed that with their personalities, they would have already killed their way out. Outsiders? Thinking about it carefully, they really can be called outsiders. Etianyan knew that it was not only the evil spirit race. There were also other races that could not be considered his own race. Perhaps the demon race and the human race were hostile to each other, but these two races were friendly to other races. As for the evil spirit race, they were very sorry. Other than their own race, the rest were all enemies. Immediately, Etianyan swept his gaze over them. He definitely had to rescue these people. Moreover, they all had ancient bloodlines. If they joined his faction, the results would be obvious after a period of nurturing. Sir, is there anything else? City Lord Wu felt goosebumps when he saw Etianyan staring at him. I told you to contact the other city lords and prepare to evacuate at any time, Etianyan said. Prepare to evacuate? City Lord Wu was startled. We can't leave this place. No matter where we go, it's sealed. I will break the seal here. When the time comes, I will take you to a safe place and arrange a good place for you to stay. Etianyan smiled. This. City Lord Wu knelt down with a thud and said excitedly, Thank you, my lord. I will contact the other city lords now and get them together. These cities were separated so that it would be easier to collect resources. After all, it was such a vast area. If they were too far away, it would be difficult to collect resources. Their cultivation was on the low side, and it would take a long time to travel back and forth. That was why they were separated into several cities. Otherwise, they would not be able to easily collect resources to improve themselves. No matter how much they improved, they would not be able to break through. If a Star Lord was sent over, they would be completely destroyed. They could only work hard to fatten themselves up and then be slaughtered by others. Following this, Etianyan flew away. He would leave the rest to City Lord Wu. He believed that he would definitely be able to handle it well. Even if the other city lords did not believe in Etianyan, they would listen to City Lord Wu. More importantly, it was a form of hope. In any case, they would rather believe than not. This was a chance of survival. As long as they could escape, they would do it. They would also be slaughtered here. Even if they risked their lives, they would still be slaughtered. It was better to risk it and still have a chance of survival. After Etianyan flew away, he quickly flew to the important area here, the Heavenlock altar. The Heavenlock altar was hidden at the edge, and with their cultivation, they could not see it at all. Not only did the Heavenlock altar control the energy of the heavenly Tao shackles, it was also a passage for outsiders. To put it bluntly, they could also leave from here. In other words, he would be able to escape from this place with them. He wouldn't even need to break the shackles of the heavenly Tao. However, he had to do this for the sake of intimidating them. If he wanted this group of people to successfully join and become loyal, there was no doubt that he would need extremely powerful strength to save them. Simply saving them might be able to move them, but if there was another powerful person to save them, they would be even more obedient. Strength could conquer everyone. These words were not nonsense. Inside the Heavenlock altar, there were 2 middle-level Empyreans guarding it. They were both experts of the evil spirit race, sitting here with nothing to do. They're too slow. Why aren't they back yet? One of the Empyreans was very dissatisfied. They had been gone for a while, but they still hadn't returned. They were waiting for the group of disciples that they had sent out to return and seal off the passage here. Then their mission would be completed. If they wanted to open this passage, they still needed to open it. Otherwise, they wouldn't even bother to come here. I guess these animals have been fattened up too much. Didn't we put in more resources recently? They must have thought that they could make a comeback. But they didn't know that it was us who did it on purpose, allowing them to reproduce faster. What a bunch of fools. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with ridicule. They felt that these cultivators were truly pitiful, waiting for them to slaughter and eat them. As expected of the evil spirit race, their thoughts are truly disgusting. A figure appeared at the side, causing them to be shocked. They hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to see an afterimage flash past their eyes. Soon after, they felt their bodies turn cold and discovered that their bodies had been torn into pieces, leaving only their heads behind. Immediately after, their heads were held in the hands of a human, and the soul-searching technique was quickly activated, continuously digging out the memories in their heads. Human. They were stunned. When they saw that the one who killed them was a human, they didn't know what had happened. Chapter 1552. Tianyin frantically searched their memories. The 2 heavenly venerates did not even have the slightest resistance and were easily subdued by him. As his cultivation increased, dealing with middle heavenly venerates was no different from dealing with the Lord of Heaven to him. Especially under the suppression of the super heavenly venerate title, they did not even have the slightest resistance. The evil spirit race guards at the side were stunned when they saw this. After they reacted, they all rushed over. Tianyin looked at them coldly and exploded at the side, turning into piles of blood mist. The cultivation of these guards was relatively low, only at the star venerate level. To him, he did not even need to do anything. One look was enough to make them explode. After eliminating these guards, he would be able to focus on searching their souls. There were no strong guards here. There were no experts here in the first place, and there was nothing important here. Naturally, it was impossible to send experts over. These 2 middle heavenly venerates were here to help open the door. After closing the door, these star venerate guards stayed here to manage the situation. As the experts here were generally not strong, it was more than enough to have a few star venerate guards here. There is still too little effective information. Tianyin crushed his 2 heads and frowned. He still could not find much effective information in the memories of these heavenly venerates. They knew too little, but at least they knew what faction it was. As for the details of the internal situation, these heavenly venerates could not reach them. If he wanted to understand more, he would undoubtedly need to capture a heaven deity, an elder. Otherwise, he would not be able to find effective information. Then he ignored this group of people and turned to walk down the Heavenlock altar. After passing through a long tunnel, there was a huge square formation below. This was the main formation of the heavenly Tao shackles outside. As long as this square formation was broken, the heavenly Tao shackles outside would naturally disappear. The effect of this square formation was to isolate the heavenly Tao energy, which was why the heavenly Tao shackles appeared. This was the brilliance of it. There was no way to break it outside, but the true location was inside the Heavenlock altar. The 2 were related, but also not. After all, the main purpose of this square formation was to block all the heavenly Tao energy outside. Under such circumstances, it would cause the heavenly Tao shackles to appear. The shackles of the Tao of Heaven were not created by the square formation, but because of it. This square array is at the upper 7th rank. The person who set it up is no ordinary person either. Tianyin looked at the array. Actually, he could set it up, but he was too lazy to do so. To him, it was meaningless. He had no interest in captivity, only in destroying the evil spirit race's plan. Immediately after, he began to destroy the formation cores one by one. Fortunately, his grade was not low. Otherwise, he would not have been able to destroy them in a short period of time. Soon, under his destruction, the square formation was completely overturned. After the square formation was destroyed, the shackles of the heavenly Tao gradually disappeared, never to be seen again. After the heavenly shackles disappeared, waves of astonishing heavenly Tao energy surged over from all directions and entered the bodies of many cultivators. Quick, look, the wall above us is gone. Yes. If the wall is really gone, doesn't that mean that we can escape? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and escape. Hurry up and leave this damned place. I don't want to see those outsiders anymore. When the cultivators saw that the heavenly Tao shackles had disappeared, they all rushed up, wanting to escape this place. However, before they could leave, a city lord immediately stopped them. Everyone calm down. This was broken by an expert. We have to wait for that expert to come. That expert said that he would bring us to a safe place. If we run away casually, I think we will be caught by those outsiders very quickly. The city lord's words calmed them down. They were about to go crazy, so when they saw that the wall above them had disappeared, they could finally escape. However, this was only a small portion of them who could escape because most of them could not fly, so how could they escape? It was not just this city. The city lords of the other cities also told them not to move and to wait for the arrival of the experts. At this moment, all the city lords believed that Tianyin could bring them away. When city Lord Wu went to tell them before, none of them believed him. Now it was different. The heavenly Tao shackles that had trapped them had disappeared, so they naturally believed him immediately. They believed that if even the heavenly Tao shackles could be broken, then it would not be difficult for him to bring them away. After following Tianyin, he quickly arrived at Dongyue City. He found that a group of cultivators had already packed their things and were waiting for him. Sir, they have already packed their things and brought everything they could with them. May I know where sir is heading to now? City Lord Wu hurried over, the shock in his heart reaching an extreme level. Initially, he was skeptical, not knowing if Tianyin could break the heavenly Tao shackles. All along, the heavenly Tao shackles had trapped them for too long, making them think that they would never be able to break it in this lifetime. When he saw that the heavenly Tao shackles were really broken, he immediately felt that life was full of hope. Not only him, but the other cultivators too. He felt that he had welcomed a brand new life, as though he had come back to life. Everyone, come in here. Tianyin quickly threw out the 10,000 gods pagoda. They definitely could not enter his inner world, so he let them enter the 10,000 gods pagoda. The 10,000 gods pagoda could still carry quite a number of people. At least, it would not be a problem to put them all in. God, miracle. When they saw the enlarged 10,000 gods pagoda, they were all stunned. They did not expect such a treasure to exist. They followed Tianyin inside, and their hearts were filled with gratitude and awe. How could they not be shocked by such a method? Not to mention them, even if it was someone of Tianyin's cultivation, he would be stunned by such a method. Immediately, Tianyin went to other cities and collected all the cultivators into the myriad divine tower. Needless to say, they were deeply shocked by Tianyin's actions. None of them said a word and walked directly into the 10,000 gods pagoda. After all the cultivators had left, Tianyin set the coordinates and flew out of the spatial zone. After flying out of the spatial zone, he realized that there were still many heavenly Tao shackles outside, which were divided into many regions. He casually looked around and saw that there were at least dozens of regions that were trapped by heavenly Tao shackles of different effects. Chapter 1553. Etianyan was in a daze as he looked at the dozens of breeding grounds. He didn't expect so many people with ancient bloodlines to be trapped here and devoured one by one. It seemed that even though they didn't win the God-Emperor battle, they still managed to snatch a group of people away before retreating. This method was really fast. Clearly, they had even thought of a way out. In order to make a comeback, they had prepared everything. The heavenly energy in this area is so dense. It seems to be a grade 5 God realm area. Etianyan looked around and said, "No, it should belong to the inner space, an independent space that is separated from the rest of the world." There was a stronger aura of a God realm here, but there was no core here, nor was there the natural feeling of the outside God realm. Instead, there was a sense of imprisonment. This was similar to the myriad worlds God realm, where there were countless small worlds. They were all opened up and guided in the heavenly energy from the outside. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. With so many people with ancient bloodlines here, if they were discovered or tried to escape, it would undoubtedly be very troublesome. Locking them up in a small world was undoubtedly a very wise choice. Correspondingly, Etianyan still couldn't use the teleportation godstone here. After all, this was someone else's space. He couldn't use the teleportation godstone at will. Unless they left this space, there was no way out. From the side, it could be seen that the Almighty who set up this place was definitely of a very high level. In his opinion, the person who set up this place was at least an upper heavenly god, and a grade 8 or grade 9 divine inscriber at that. Then he shifted his gaze to the other heavenly shackles. It seemed that saving them wouldn't be easy. If he wanted to open them up one by one, he would have to barge in one by one. If he saved them all and arranged them in the 3 realms God realm, his forces would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Thinking about it, they all had ancient bloodlines. Once they broke through, their cultivation would definitely be terrifying. Ancient bloodlines weren't something to be trifled with. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used heavenly shackles to trap them. Let's find a way out first. Otherwise, we won't even know how he died. Etianyan was not in a hurry to save them. He wanted to find a way out first. If he didn't find a way out, once a few powerful heavenly gods attacked him, he wouldn't even be able to protect his own life, let alone escape with his men. Etianyan quickly flew to other areas and released his spiritual awareness to the maximum in order to explore the surrounding area. If he wanted to leave, he would have to find the exit or forcefully break through the barrier. The former was the easiest to kill his way out, but it could also be said to be the most difficult. If the guards were strong, it would naturally be difficult for him to break out. The latter was not simple either. This world that had been opened up was not bad in the first place. So how could it be destroyed so easily? Therefore, Etianyan's first choice was naturally the exit. Even if there were experts present, there was still a chance that they could kill their way out if they were to clash head-on. Very quickly, Etianyan found the exit. After carefully inspecting it, he discovered that there were not 2 strong guards there, but they were not very weak either. 2 lower-level heavenly gods! 2 lower-level heavenly gods as guards here. It was really a big deal. As expected of a 5th-grade god domain area, the guards were so strong. However, this was an extremely important area, so it was not surprising that heavenly gods would be arranged to guard it. 2 heavenly gods. Not bad. Etianyan felt that he could still charge through. As long as there were not a few more guards, there would not be any pressure. Then he set the teleportation coordinates here. The teleportation godstone could not leave this area, but did not mean that it could not move within this area. This was like a room with a locked door, but it did not mean that one could not walk freely in the room. After investigating clearly, he immediately turned around and flew to other areas. If he looked from the outside, it would be very easy to find the entrance. If he looked from the inside, it would not be easy to find the entrance. Previously, the Heavenlock altar could only be easily found through the memories of the evil spirit race. If he were to find it, it would take some effort. The Heavenlock altar was too hidden, and it had been blessed by a 6th or 7th grade divine carving master, which meant that it was about the same level as him. Under such circumstances, it would naturally not be easy to find it. Let's go here first. Eteonyon randomly chose a relatively close one and rushed in one breath. There was actually a door inside, and it was completely closed. This door did not need any key. It only needed enough strength to open it. This was why 2 middle-level heavenly venerables were needed. This door needed 2 middle-level heavenly venerables to open together, which was enough to show how much strength was needed to open it. However, this was not a problem for him. He flew over and slammed into the door. With a boom, the door was ruthlessly smashed open. Don't forget he had the strength inversion of the heaven-shaking divine art, which could make his body rapidly heavier so that he could knock over everything. After the door was smashed open, the guards inside looked over respectfully. They thought that some lord had opened the door and entered. However, when they saw that it was a human, they were all dumbfounded. Eteonyon could not be bothered to talk to them, so he killed them with a flip of his hand. Before they died, they never thought that a human would come over. Didn't they say that they were on the same side? After killing the guards, he quickly flew inside and destroyed the square formation inside. Basically, the square formation was more or less the same. The only difference was that there was a bit more strength to increase the effect. Eteonyon quickly destroyed the square formation. In less than a moment, the square formation was destroyed. The heaven lock immediately disappeared. Many cultivators inside suddenly raised their heads. When they saw the heaven lock disappear, they really did not know what was going on. I have broken the heavenly Tao shackles, but there are many outsiders out there. If you want to run away, you will have to enter my treasure. Eteonyon said to Eteonyon, I have broken the heavenly Tao shackles, but there are many outsiders outside. The 10,000 divine pagoda once again became bigger and descended. When many cultivators saw it, they were slightly stunned. Then they all ran in without hesitation. No one would doubt Eteonyon's words. Firstly, Eteonyon was not from the evil spirit race. Secondly, he helped them destroy the heaven lock. No matter what, he could not be a bad person. If he was a bad person, why would he spend so much effort? Usually he would come here to kill countless companions. It was impossible for him to play any new tricks. So Eteonyon just said one sentence, and they immediately rushed in, and all of a sudden they all evacuated. They could not be bothered to clean up. Escape first. Chapter 1554. After Eteonyon saved an area, he quickly went to the next area to save even more cultivators. Their reactions did not change much. They were all the same as before. After seeing him, they crazily rushed in without any hesitation. They had all suffered the corresponding damage, so they naturally knew what to choose. They had been hunted by the evil spirit race, and now that there was help, they would definitely be here soon. This saved Eteonyon a lot of trouble, and he did not need to waste his breath to explain anything. However, with other cultivators around, they would know what to choose after taking a look. Therefore, saving them one by one was not a big problem. Hurry up and come in, there's not much time left. Eteonyon had already broken through the 8th one. The square formation of the heaven lock altar was similar, so it was not difficult to break through. It was mainly because they cooperated well that he was able to save the 8th one so quickly. However, there were still many areas that had not been saved, and there were still many areas that were being held captive. Therefore, he had to be fast enough. Once he was detected and an expert was sent over, it would be difficult for him to continue saving them. Right now, he could save as many as he could. He definitely could not save all of them. He did not believe that this place would be so bad. If he only appeared after saving all of them, then he would really be a bunch of idiots. So this is the problem. At this moment, a figure appeared at the side. A lower-level, heavenly god appeared out of thin air. When he saw Eteonyon continuously letting cultivators enter the 10,000 divine pagoda, he was stunned. He did not even know what was going on, but there was an extra human here. As the manager of this place, by the time he reacted to what was wrong, 8 areas had already been broken through, and a large number of cultivators had been rescued. The key was that he did not know, so how could a human come in? He did not receive any news at all, nor did he receive any information about the invasion. Everything was so unknown. He did not understand what was going on, but 8 areas had already disappeared. Just a heavenly god. Tianyin saw that the person who came was a heavenly god of the evil spirit race, a patrolman, or something like that. Fortunately, there were not a few of them at the same time, otherwise it would really be difficult to deal with. If there was only one, then it would be much easier to deal with. It was practically a free EXP. How dare you, human? How did you get in? The evil spirit race's heavenly god was furious as he tried to grab Tianyin. He wanted to know how Tianyin came in. There was no message from the other side of the passage, but Tianyin managed to sneak in. Actually, Tianyin didn't want this to happen. Who knew that the space could be transferred here? Spatial turbulence was truly unpredictable. One could be teleported to a strange region at any time. It was also possible for one to be teleported to another faction's territory. Everything was filled with the unknown. If it weren't for the spatial turbulence, he wouldn't have known that there were so many cultivators in captivity here. When Tianyin saw that his opponent had not used his full strength, he knew that he had been completely underestimated. This was the advantage of having a weak cultivation base. As long as one didn't know him, they would think that he was just an ordinary lower Empyrean. Under such circumstances, the opponent would definitely not use more than half of his strength. After all, no matter how much strength he used, it was all in vain. With such a huge gap in cultivation, what was the point of spending so much strength? Was he trying to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife? The main thing was that the opponent wanted to catch Tianyin, so it was impossible for him to use his full strength. He wanted to know where Tianyin sneaked in. When the evil spirit, heavenly god, saw that Tianyin didn't dodge, he thought that Tianyin had given up struggling, so he continued to grab him. Just as the evil spirit, heavenly god, was about to touch Tianyin's power instantly exploded to the maximum, and the evil spirit, heavenly god, was already decapitated. Before his consciousness disappeared, he didn't understand what happened, and he was already killed. Thank you for your patronage. Tianyin's voice sounded behind him, and then his head was completely punctured and turned into a pile of blood mist. Heavenly gods were also insta-killed. This was especially so for those who were very stupid and often underestimated their enemies. They were even more easily insta-killed. Successfully killed evil spirit, heavenly god. Reward: 6 million compressed EXP 50. 000 compressed CPS 30. 000 compressed SBS. Obtained evil spirit bloodline, evil spirit blood, evil spirit soul, heavenly lord level. Reward: 100,000 compressed EXP for killing a heavenly god. Obtaining evil spirit bloodline again made Tianyin's eyes light up. His evil spirit puppet has reached its peak, and now he can get this kind of thing again. It means that sneaking into the enemy's forces is not difficult at all. This method is tried and tested. Absolutely no one can recognize it, and it allows him to save all the cultivators. Of course, his cultivation is still low. If he appears here, he will definitely be suspected. EXP is so much. One by one stupid heavenly god comes here. That's cool. Tianyin was very satisfied and continued to signal other cultivators to come in. Those cultivators were stunned. They couldn't see the attack method clearly, but when the evil spirit, heavenly god, appeared, they felt their legs soften, and they didn't even have the courage to escape. But now it was killed by Tianyin in a second. It is really scary. After killing a heavenly god, other heavenly gods quickly came over. This time they didn't appear alone, but in groups. What's going on? A human actually came in. From the looks of it, it's a lower level heavenly venerable. When they saw Tianyin, all of them frowned, not understanding what was going on. Why would a human sneak in? Tianyin looked around. 6 heavenly gods appeared in one go, as expected of a grade 5 god realm existence. Heavenly gods are really a common existence, but under the investigation of the appraisal eye, it is clear that the reason why there are so many heavenly gods is because they have absorbed other people's ancient bloodlines. Under the nourishment of such pure bloodlines, how could they not improve by leaps and bounds? Therefore, compared to cultivators outside, it is much easier for them to break through. No matter what the situation is, we will know once we capture him. They didn't think too much. They just wanted to capture Tianyin first. Immediately, 2 heavenly gods surrounded him. The other heavenly god stood guard at the side, still misled by Tianyin's cultivation. With this kind of cultivation, sending 2 heavenly gods is already thinking highly of him, let alone killing all of them. Tianyin gripped the 5-dragon divine spear tightly. The corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. Then I will accept these 2 heavenly gods without hesitation. As long as the battle is close enough, he has absolute confidence that his opponents won't even have a chance to react. So what if they are heavenly gods? After breaking through with full power, he can still kill them in a second. Kill. As soon as he got close, Tianyin immediately moved. He used teleportation and flashed behind them. Then he swung his spear at them. Although it looked like a stab, it was actually several hundred stabs, directly turning them into a mist of blood. Chapter 1555. A celestial god was easily killed, and a large pile of experience and materials surged toward him again. Following that, Tianyin teleported to the back of another celestial god and attacked again, easily killing another celestial god. Ding! Successfully killed celestial god evil spirit. Obtained 6 million experience points. Piles and piles of experience points flooded in, making him feel extremely comfortable. Level up. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyin for successfully breaking through to late-stage lower celestial lord. After killing so many celestial gods, it was finally enough for him to level up, so he did not hesitate to level up. After breaking through to late-stage lower celestial god, his overall strength increased by a large margin again, and the corresponding effects of other skills were suppressed a lot. The increase in cultivation brought about the compression of skills, but when released, it was still extremely heaven-defying. After all, the foundation was there. Even if it was increased by dozens of times, it was still a heaven-defying level. He was now getting experience points, and was about to level up, especially when facing so many powerhouses. He definitely had to level up to deal with them. Now that he had not come back to his senses, he was afraid that when he came back to his senses, he would go all out, and then he would not be so easy to deal with. He did not want to let this group of bastards go, and he would kill as many as he could, especially with so many experience points. If he killed a few more, he would be able to rush to late stage Celestial Lord. It's a pity that these guys absorbed so many ancient bloodlines, but the bloodlines that came out are still so trash. Tianyin shook his head. Absorbing the power of other people's bloodlines only strengthened his own bloodlines. There was no big change. What? When they saw their companions killed, they were all shocked. It was just a blink of an eye, and before they could even react, they were already killed, not even having a chance to rescue them. Damn it, this kid is strange. Let's subdue him together. After they came to, they all released their celestial god power to attack. This time they did not dare to take it lightly. 2 of their companions who were not inferior to them were easily killed. It meant that Tianyin's strength was definitely not weak. Therefore, they did not dare to relax, directly exploding their powerful celestial god power, but they did not completely explode with their strongest power. In their opinion, with so many people surrounding them, how could they not be able to catch one person? Those who were instantly killed were mainly due to carelessness, which led to such a situation. This time, as many as 5 powerhouses came, and all directions were blocked, so they had full confidence that they could catch Tianyin. They still want to catch him alive, not kill him casually. There must be an explanation here. If there is only one corpse left, they will be. As patrols here, under normal circumstances, they will be patrolling. But they just happened. There's only one exit of demon, and they would have it. Who would have thought that it would suddenly appear? By the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Above of them, they will be, and Dragon King, they and Celestial Demon. Dragon. Of the Celestial Race sect, Tianyun's eyes were cold, and he immediately threw a lot of crazy point into Dragon and Phoenix divine vein. Of Dragon, he Dragon, he, Dragon, Dragon, Dragon of Dragon, he of Dragon, 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 he of Dragon, he Tianyun didn't hesitate to upgrade Dragon. Phoenix divine meridian. This is a good thing. Naturally, he needs to upgrade it. After the upgrade, the power is greatly enhanced. It can increase the power and speed. This is what he needs now. Powerful power is added to the weapon. The attack penetration is a little stronger. Killing many heavenly gods gave him enough crazy points to upgrade his bloodline. Unfortunately, crazy damage mode still can't be upgraded. If he wants to upgrade crazy mode, he must upgrade it to heavenly god stage. Obviously, even if the conditions to upgrade is met, there is a level limit. But it doesn't matter. The rest of the divine skills can be upgraded. Go! Tianyun used all his power, and his speed soared. Many heavenly gods only saw a blur in front of them. Immediately after, one of the heavenly gods used his fastest speed to block the attack, but his reaction was still half a beat too slow. The 5 dragons' roar skill whistled out, and the heavenly god's body was torn apart. At the moment when the heavenly god was torn apart, Tianyun threw his spear again, and the heavenly god's soul burst. In an instant, a heavenly god was successfully killed. The first one. Tianyun's eyes were cold, and he rushed behind the other heavenly gods again. The dragon and phoenix phantom behind him became bigger and bigger, enveloping this area. This made his speed even more amazing. Immediately after, he rushed to the side of another heavenly god and threw his spear again. Even if the other party had defense, he was still killed. This is the result of underestimating the enemy. This is the same as the previous heavenly god Xiaoxing. After 2 of his companions were killed in a row, only then did he realize that Tianyun is not simple. He immediately summoned all the Empyrean spirit treasures to suppress Tianyun. He can immediately repel or even seriously injure him. Heavenly gods are not cabbages, and it is not so easy to cultivate. But once the enemy is underestimated, let alone lower heavenly gods, even middle heavenly gods will be killed. Unless these heavenly gods cultivate some amazing martial art that makes their defense extremely strong, the kind that is difficult to penetrate. After killing a heavenly god, he then turned to attack another heavenly god without any delay. What he needs to do now is to kill them one by one while they are stunned and haven't used their full strength. If he can kill one, then he counts. Otherwise, it will be difficult to kill them later. He is very strong, and his speed is even stronger. Use all your strength. Use all your strength. One of the heavenly gods immediately reacted, and with a furious roar, he released all the Empyrean spirit treasures, except for the heavenly god's spirit treasures. It seems that even for them, heavenly god spirit treasures are not so easy to obtain. Perhaps only an even stronger existence can obtain them. This is also related to their cultivation. They are all early-stage lower heavenly gods, not even late-stage lower heavenly gods. One by one, the evil spirit heavenly gods immediately erupted with their strongest power, summoning their Empyrean spirit treasures, no longer daring to underestimate Tianyun. But just as they were about to summon their Empyrean spirit treasures, Tianyun had already rushed to the side of another heavenly god and started beating him up. As the other party had already summoned their Empyrean spirit treasures, they could still resist a little in a hurry. However, once Tianyun's attacks are unleashed, they have to be stained with blood. Violent attacks, crazy attacks. 5 dragons roared in all directions, forcibly breaking through the other party's hasty defenses and directly attacking the other party's body. Boom! Chapter 1556. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit god. Obtained 6 million compressed experience points. Once again, piles of experience points flooded in. In a short while, 2 heavenly gods were killed just like that. In addition to the one killed before, that was 3 heavenly gods. 3 of the heavenly gods that were hard to nurture were killed just like that. For any force, a heavenly god was a great deal. But in Eteonion's hands, they were really like cabbages, easily killed, harvesting their lives. Damn it, this guy is very strong. Now that they had completely woken up, they realized that someone who could sneak in was indeed not a simple person. But if they used their full strength, they were confident that they could withstand Eteonion's attack and even stop him. Unless Eteonion's strength could increase a lot, in their opinion, they would definitely be able to subdue him. No matter how strong he is, this is the end. They flew into a rage, preparing to seal off the entire area, not letting Eteonion escape. Eteonion smiled at them and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, goodbye." The next moment, Eteonion's figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot, causing them to miss their target. After killing them, Eteonion immediately used the teleportation godstone. As long as they did not seal off the space, he could still use it. When they were about to seal off the space, the teleportation godstone was already activated, allowing him to easily escape from this area and arrive at the exit. Looks like I can only save a portion of the people. It's time to go. Eteonion immediately rushed to the exit, and just as he rushed in, he saw the guards. The guards also saw him, but they were stunned at first, and their reaction was exactly the same as the others. They were all frightened by a human cultivator. There were many cultivators in captivity, but there was absolutely no human, not a single one. This meant that someone had sneaked in, and they still did not know. This was the only entrance. Could it be that the space in other places had been broken? While they were still in a daze, Eteonion had already charged over, directly unleashing his full strength. Taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't summoned their Empyrean spirit treasures, he had already ruthlessly attacked. One of the heavenly deity guards was caught off guard and was easily killed by Eteonion. Who would have thought that a lower-level Empyrean could erupt with such a formidable strength, especially when they were wondering how Eteonion got in? Successfully killed evil spirit, heavenly god. Reward: 6 million EXP 50. 000 compressed crazy point 30. 000 SP obtained evil spirit bloodline, evil spirit soul, evil spirit bone. You have successfully killed someone of a higher level. You have received an additional 100,000 compressed experience points. As soon as the experience bar popped up, Eteonion once again attacked another heavenly guardian. Only now did the heavenly guardian react, throwing out an Empyrean spirit treasure to counterattack. A hasty counterattack for Eteonion is not enough. Die. Eteonion seemed to have transformed into a gigantic dragon. The 5-dragon divine spear in his hand pierced through, immediately piercing through the counterattack power, piercing through the divine guard. Bang! The divine guard immediately exploded into a pile of blood mist, turning into a pile of EXP. 2 heavenly gods were killed so easily, and Eteonion got a pile of EXP. Then he continued to rush forward, passing through a passage. A few heavenly gods appeared on the side. This passage is not long, but it is not short either. What Eteonion explored before was just the periphery. After entering, there are other areas. But this is not a problem for him. He rushed out in one breath. After these heavenly gods saw him, they intercepted him. Bold intruder, where do you think you are going? When they saw Eteonion flying over, they thought he was trying to escape, so they intercepted him. But when they rushed over, they found that Eteonion didn't run away directly, but rushed towards them without even trying to hide. They had never seen their companions being killed in an instant before. They were all scattered in other areas, so they did not notice the situation immediately. It has to be said that their laziness gave Eteonian an opportunity to take advantage of. They have been at ease for too long. There has been no enemy invasion, and nothing happened, so they will not be tense every day. They will occasionally slack off. Eteonian did not waste time with them, smashing over in one breath. With a boom, he directly killed a heavenly god, and then killed another heavenly god guard. His speed is not slow. It can be said to soar to the extreme. The increase in his cultivation caused his overall strength to greatly increase. It is simply like meeting a god, killing a god, meeting a Buddha, killing a Buddha. Monster. They were all shocked a lower-level heavenly lord can burst out with such a strong power. Is he really a lower-level heavenly lord? They quickly reacted, and then summoned their heavenly lord's spiritual treasures to attack. Eteonian still did not retreat, still killing. The 5 dragon divines spear pierced out, killing another heavenly god. Break through for me. Ding! Congratulations to player Eteonian for successfully breaking through to the early level of Heavenly Lord. Boom! The Heavenly God Guard, who originally wanted to suppress Eteonian, immediately felt an explosive force surge over. It can still be stronger? They were all trembling. How could they still erupt? Upon closer inspection, his eyeballs almost popped out. He had actually broken through in the blink of an eye. Shouldn't breaking through be done slowly? How could he break through while fighting? This was too strange, right? Die. Eteonian's gaze was ice cold towards these evil spirit race. He did not show the slightest bit of mercy. Every attack was absolutely fatal. In one breath, he rushed over and killed several more heavenly gods in succession. They could not even block him. The level of these heavenly gods was actually quite average. In this lifetime, they would most likely end up as lower-level heavenly gods. Otherwise, they would not be here as guards. Therefore, after Eteonian broke through, his combat strength had already reached the level of a lower-level heavenly god. Compared to an ordinary lower-level heavenly god, he was a level stronger. As long as the other party did not completely erupt with power, he could kill them. Sure enough, after leveling up, killing these guys is much easier. Eteonian continued to kill, forcibly killing a path of blood. Originally, he wanted to sneak out, but now he did not even need to sneak out. He could directly kill his way out. After killing his way out, he finally came out of this world. After killing his way out, Eteonian was completely stunned. What entered his eyes was still the same star domain, but the aura it gave him was not a 5th grade god domain, but a 4th grade god domain. He did not expect this area to be in a 4th grade god domain, not a 5th grade god domain. Chapter 1557. Eteonian would never have thought that he would be in the Myriad Realms God Realm. This was the region near the vast god sect. It was still quite a distance away from the vast god sect, but it was still in the same region. He didn't expect it to be so close. He thought it would be in the 5th grade god realm. Forget about this misjudgment. He didn't expect it to be so close. This shocked him. He didn't expect a breeding ground to be so close. How could so many people not discover it? However, the guards were so strong, so no one would dare to attack recklessly unless they wanted to die. Looks like I should leave first. Eteonian immediately flew away. There were still many heavenly gods inside. If a powerful heavenly god came out, it would be hard for him to escape. Then he immediately used the teleportation godstone to escape to the vast god sect instead of flying. If a powerful heavenly god chased after him, he would still be caught with his speed. Sure enough, after he left, there were heavenly deities who charged out from inside, their auras overbearing. The one who came out was a medium heavenly god. His eyes were like torches as he looked around, but he didn't find any suspicious cultivators. Where are they? The medium heavenly god's eyes were filled with killing intent. When he found out that so many of his subordinates had died, he had the urge to vomit blood. He didn't expect this to happen. He was just in seclusion for a bit, and this happened. How could he not vomit blood? Evil, evil spirit race. At this moment, a cultivator happened to pass by. When they saw this medium heavenly god, they were all stunned. The evil spirit race had a very bad reputation, and they weren't welcomed here. If they were discovered, they wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. They would definitely be chased out or killed. Die. The mid-level heavenly god stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion, crushing the divine lord like he was crushing an ant. His cultivation was too low, so he killed him directly. Their identities couldn't be seen here. The guards outside weren't from the evil spirit race. This was a cover. Now that they were discovered, they would definitely be killed. Damn it, where did they go? The evil spirit god searched everywhere. With his current identity, he really couldn't just wander around here. After searching for a while, he had no choice but to quickly return to his territory. I can't find him at all. This fellow really is fast. Empyrean god, vile spirit, had an ugly look on his face. There were quite a few Empyrean gods in front of him, and all of them had their heads lowered, not daring to meet his gaze in the slightest. They couldn't even catch a single person. How could they have the face to see anyone? Now that he had committed a grave mistake, he did not dare to look him in the eye. A human of the lower celestial realm cultivation base. He's running away just like that? Are you still heavenly gods? In my opinion, you're not even comparable to a star lord. The heavenly spirit, God, roared with rage. They could only lower their heads and listen. How could they dare to retort? Seeing that they didn't say a word, the evil spirit deity shook his head. We can't stay here any longer. That human will definitely spread the news of this place. At that time, if we get surrounded, this place will be destroyed. Yes, they didn't say much and immediately went to relocate. This world could be moved. Although it would take some effort, it was better than not being able to move and directly destroying this place, right? Especially after being discovered, it would be a huge problem. It was equivalent to exposing the things that they had been hiding all along. How could it not be a huge problem? After Tianyin rushed back to the vast divine sect, he immediately saw the sword ruler Heavenly Venerate and the others. Little junior brother, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? When the sword ruler Heavenly Venerate saw Tianyin coming over, he smiled and said, "Speaking of which, Master came to ask us previously if you were back. It's good that you're fine. You made Master very worried and thought that you were swept away by the spatial turbulence." I was really swept away by the spatial turbulence. They were all stunned, sizing up Tianyin. He was swept away by the spatial turbulence, yet he could still return so smoothly and without any injuries. This matter is very important now. I need Master's help. Where's Master? Did he go back? Tianyin asked. Yes, he already went back. There are still many things to do in the heaven cultivation deity realm. Is there anything? If there's anything, you can tell us. We can help you. The sword ruler Heavenly Venerate and the others were puzzled. It's a very important matter, but your cultivation is too low. There's no way you can help at all. Tianyin shook his head. The opponents were all heavenly deities. Their cultivation bases were all Heavenly Venerates. How could they help? They looked at each other and immediately knew the seriousness of the situation. Then I'll go and ask Master for help first. I'll tell you the details when the time comes. Tianyin did not hesitate and turned to leave. He knew that if he did not hurry, he would not make it in time. He knew that the other party would definitely move immediately and would not stay here obediently. After he went out, he immediately used the teleportation divine stone to head to the heaven cultivation deity realm, leaving the sword ruler Heavenly Venerate looking at each other. Speaking of which, little junior brother's cultivation seems to have broken through to the middle level. Heavenly Venerate? It seems so. They looked at each other and trembled violently, feeling that it was a little unbelievable. How long had it been, and he had broken through? When Tianyin quickly rushed to the heaven cultivation deity realm, he immediately came to the temple where the great Devis was. Hey, Tianyin, it's great that you're fine. I was worried that you would be swept away by the space turbulence. It's good that you're fine. Disciple was indeed swept away by the space turbulence, and I was swept to a very strange place. Long story short, Disciple will now pass on to you what happened. Tianyin immediately passed on the corresponding memory scene. No matter what, it was not as real as the scene. After the great Devis looked at it, his original calmness turned to anger and then to shock. He did not expect that there would be so many ancient-level cultivators in captivity. That's the general situation. There are many experts there. If we don't hurry over, they will be transferred immediately, Tianyin said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll send someone over now. The great Devis did not hesitate. This matter was of great importance. If he rescued so many ancient-level cultivators, he could definitely strengthen the forces here. If they sent people over to rescue, they would definitely be taken away. Tianyin knew that this would happen, but there was no other way. He could not swallow them all in one go. His strength was still not enough. Moreover, if the great Devis went to rescue, he could also make a great contribution to himself, and his status would rise. For him, there are also many benefits. Chapter 1558. The great Devis was swift and decisive. He immediately summoned a large number of powerhouses. Although they were dissatisfied, they could only obey the great elder's words. After all, the great Devis had a region master as his father. Great elder, where are we going? They all felt unhappy. To leave without even explaining what the situation was. It's a very important matter. You will know when the time comes. It's hard to say for now, but we'll talk about it when we arrive. The great Devis said in a low voice, "Let's go at full speed." The speed of the spirit ship soared to its fastest speed. They were also using the best spirit ship. At the same time, the great Devis placed cores on the spirit ship as if they didn't cost anything. After some spirit ships were modified, they could use cores. With the support of the cores, their speed rose to a terrifying degree. They could instantly pass through half of the divine realm and soon pass through an entire divine realm. He knew that they had to be fast. If the other party changed directions, then they would miss. He knew what this meant to him. This was absolutely a great merit. In his heart, he was grateful to Tianyin. Every time Tianyin brings good luck to him, it really makes him feel very happy. Recruiting this disciple is the most worthwhile. As the many elders saw the great Devis use the cores, they didn't know what to do. Unless it was an urgent situation, no one would use them like this. The cores were so valuable. If they were to use them recklessly, it would be very painful. Great elder, you brought us all out. There are no elders in the heavenly cultivation divine realm. If you don't explain what is going on then, that is disrespect to us. They originally had some complaints, so now that they were suddenly pulled out, how could they feel happy? This is a battle. I estimate that there will soon be a battle. You had best prepare yourselves. As long as you are prepared, it will be a great merit. The great Devis didn't directly say this because he didn't tell them the details. Everything would have to wait until they arrived. A great merit? They frowned. Was there anything they could do to earn a great merit? Excavate the ancient heavenly god ruins? Or was it a special mission? Everything was unclear. He felt that the boundless heavenly deity was bragging a little. Until now, they did not know what they could do to make a great contribution. The great Devis didn't say much and continued to accelerate forward at full speed. This made them feel unhappy again. Wasn't this clearly whetting their appetite? Even after asking for so long, he didn't say anything more. We're here. The great Devis controlled the spirit ship and charged into the myriad worlds god realm. When they saw that they had entered the myriad worlds god realm, they all looked at each other. Could it be that the vast divine sect has been invaded? But even if the vast divine sect was invaded, would they be able to pull us over at will? That's right. How is this a great merit? It's just a small matter. They complained and felt very unhappy. He had some expectations before, But now it seemed like it was all nonsense. What great merit! It was a complete scam. They didn't hide it at all. They began to discuss behind the great Devis's back, and all of them wanted to leave. I remember that the rule of the Heaven Cultivation God realm is to listen to the instructions of a higher level. Have you all forgotten? The great Devis frowned. They hadn't even started fighting, but it was already a mess here. That's right, but that's a different matter. This is your personal matter. We can choose to refuse. Moreover, this has nothing to do with the Heaven Cultivation God realm. We can refuse even more. One of the elders was extremely unhappy. Good. If you don't want to, you can leave now, the great Devis said coldly. If you want to leave, I won't accompany you. Several of the elders quickly left, and Eteonyan didn't say anything. He just let them go. Fortunately, only some of the elders left. There were still many elders who stayed. Most of them supported the great Devis. Even the second elder, who had been defeated by the great Devis, didn't leave. He smelled something different. It was very likely that they weren't going to save the vast divine sect. However, he didn't ask. He would know the truth later. After the great Devis watched them leave, he said to the remaining elders, "There will be a big battle later. Please unite against the enemy. Don't be careless. The enemy is the evil spirit race." Evil spirit race? A cold light burst out of their eyes, but there was more killing intent. They didn't expect that they were going to deal with the evil spirit race. This was something that they had not expected. That's right, it's the evil spirit race. This is the area that my disciple found. It's hidden in the myriad worlds God realm. As for the rest, you'll find out very soon. It's a little late now, mainly because some of the elders have arrived too late and are stalling for time. Therefore, it's very likely that there will be some changes. As he spoke, he controlled the spirit ship and flew towards the evil spirit race's territory. Soon he arrived outside the passage. Then, without hesitation, he rushed in, activating the spirit ship and piercing through it. There were still 1 or 2 heavenly gods inside. Before they could react, the spirit ship had already passed by. After charging in, everyone saw the heavenly Tao shackles. They didn't know what was sealed inside. However, they did see the evil spirit race who was moving to the side. More than half of them have already been moved. Eteonyan swept his gaze over and discovered that those areas had all been taken away. There were only a few areas left. This speed was really fast. They were already fast enough, but they didn't expect the other party to be even faster. It really is the evil spirit race. When they saw it, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that there really was an evil spirit race. Killing the evil spirit race couldn't be considered a great contribution. It could only be considered as carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens. But very quickly they noticed that the evil spirit race was unlocking the heavenly Tao shackles, revealing groups of cultivators inside. The cultivation of those cultivators seems to be a little low. No, their auras are very different, a bit like an ancient aura. It really is. Could it be that they were all captured by the evil spirit race and trapped here? If they are all ancient bloodlines, then this is more than just a great contribution. They instantly went crazy. This was truly a great contribution. It was simply too great. Thinking back to the elders who had left in anger, they felt some sympathy. When they settled the matter here, all of them would have merit. As for the elders who had left, they could only watch from the side. Chapter 1559. Without hesitation, they rushed out of the spirit ship and charged toward Heavenly God, Evil Spirit. They immediately cooperated and circled around each other, forming a joint formation. Only then would it be easier to deal with them. Moreover, they were companions to begin with. If they worked together, it would be much easier to deal with them. The Heavenly God, Evil Spirit's expressions changed when he saw them charging over. He didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. They thought that even if Eteonyan escaped, it would take him some time to catch up. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, he would bring so many powerful cultivators, more than a dozen heavenly gods, more than a dozen heavenly gods was more than half of the powerful cultivators of the cultivation god realm. The great Devis's eyes lit up when he saw the situation. He hadn't made a wasted trip. As long as he could see something, he would have done a good job. Master, they've already evacuated many areas. They're too fast. Eteonian shook his head. He thought they were fast enough, but they were even faster. They first unlocked the heavenly Tao shackles, then took the people away and quickly left. They were powerful cultivators, so they could directly take them into their inner worlds without any effect. Originally, these small worlds could be moved, but with the heavenly Tao shackles, it wouldn't be so easy to evacuate. They could only obediently unlock them first, then take them into their inner worlds and take them away. It was that simple. It was simple, but it would take a bit of time. If they directly took the small worlds and left, they would really have come empty-handed. It's fine. As long as we can gain something, it's a victory. The great Devis laughed. Stay here for now. Leave this to us. It looks like there are a lot of powerful cultivators here. We'll have to ask for reinforcements. There were many heavenly god evil spirit here, so it would take some effort to deal with them. Since Eteonian had killed many of them, they didn't need to deal with too many. How dare you trespass on our territory? At this time, the medium heavenly deity descended. His incomparably powerful aura pressed down, causing all of them to freeze. They were actually forced to a stop. There were many elders present, but none of them were at the level of an intermediate heavenly god. This was the difference between a grade 5 god realm and a grade 4 god realm. If the other party stayed in a grade 4 god realm, it was very likely that he had a grade 5 god realm backing him up. When the great Devis saw that it was a mid-level celestial god, his face darkened. He didn't think that there would be such a powerful being here, but it wasn't unexpected. It was impossible that there were no experts guarding this place. It was just a little too strong. Your territory? The great Devis said coldly, the evil spirit race also has territory in this area. You vile creatures, haven't you harmed enough cultivators in the battle of god emperors? I didn't expect you to not know your place, and even in prison, so many cultivators here. They were all extremely disgusted with the evil spirit race. Most of the forces were extremely disgusted with the evil spirit race. It was impossible to wipe them all out. They were so widely distributed that it was impossible to wipe them all out. Thus, there were still some evil spirit race left. As long as they did not get close to him, they would not care. Now that they were in the myriad realms god realm, they felt extremely disgusted. I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it's the great Devis. People from the heaven cultivation god realm still dare to interfere. Heavenly god Valen sneered. Be sensible and pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, your heaven cultivation god realm will have no place here. This evil spirit god was threatening instead, not afraid of the great Devis at all. It seems like you still recognize me? The great Devis said indifferently. I didn't expect that I would be quite famous. Of course, a hothead. Why wouldn't I know? Heavenly god Valen said disdainfully. Your heaven cultivation god realm can still survive in a grade 4 god realm. But what about a grade 5 god realm? Think carefully. Don't think too highly of yourself. Don't really think that the other god realms will have a problem with us. His words were very straightforward and even carried a threat. To put it bluntly, his backer was a grade 5 god realm. Why would the great Devis dare to mess around? The rest of the elders immediately did not dare to move. Thinking about it carefully, the pressure was really great. If they were suppressed by a grade 5 god realm, they might really be seriously injured. What a joke! If you were so calm, why were you in such a hurry to retreat? Why didn't you just open up and let everyone watch? The great Devis sneered. Don't think that we're all fools. You're just stalling for time now. All of you attack. If they were so domineering, they would have come at us directly or attacked everywhere. What was the point of hiding? Eteonian smiled at the side. As expected of his master, He was not scared by a few simple words. If he was scared by this, then he must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. From all the aspects, they just didn't want to be exposed. If they were exposed casually, there would definitely be big problems. I think you're the real joke and an idiot at that, Heavenly God Wallen said coldly. When did I say that I would come at you directly? I will slowly kill you, secretly and slowly. If you have the ability, why don't you try? They did not dare to do anything openly, but they could do it secretly. Continuous sneak attacks could still cripple a god realm. The elders had ugly expressions. What they feared the most was a sneak attack from behind. It would definitely be very difficult to deal with. The great Devis looked at him with narrowed eyes. When he was about to say something, a voice suddenly came from behind. So what if you want to fight? At this time, a heavenly god walked out from the passage behind them. He stepped on the void and instantly appeared beside them. This person was none other than Regin, Lord Xiutian. Regin, Lord Xiutian's cultivation was at the mid-level heavenly god level. He felt no pressure against him. The opponent was only an early-level heavenly venerable, so there was naturally no problem. Regin, Lord Xiutian. They were excited and were just about to say whether or not they should leave. Now that Regin, Lord Xiutian had come, they had to decide what to do. Regin, Lord Xiutian. The great Devis also stood respectfully at the side. Child, you've done well. The cultivation, heaven domain, Lord lightly smiled, revealing a rare smile. Thinking back to how he had always had an ice-cold face before, it had never had any effect, but now he smiled. We just can't lower our heads, especially to the evil spirit race. Chapter 1560. Of course, Empyrean God Wallen was not one of the main culprits. The faction behind him, the evil spirit race, was one of the main culprits. Many factions loathed them, especially those that had been destroyed in the past. They definitely did not want to let the main culprits go. Empyrean God Wallen's expression darkened. As expected, there were still people who knew the truth. Even though Regin, Lord Xiutian, was not an ancient-level existence, he still knew a lot of details. This meant that the Xiutian god realm's foundation was rather ancient. Perhaps there was an ancient-level existence behind them. Based on this situation, there was definitely an expert supporting them. Otherwise, how could Regin, Lord Xiutian, be so confident? Speechless. Regin, Lord Xiutian sneered. A bunch of shameless fools. You still want to threaten us? Even if we die, we won't let you go. Back then, we were also destroyed by you. As soon as Regin, Lord Xiutian, finished speaking, he charged toward Empyrean God Wallen. At the same time, he said coldly, "Attack!" Regin, Lord Xiutian, did not waste time. The main thing was that reinforcements had also arrived. Immediately, many more Empyrean gods rushed over and completely sealed off the area, not letting them escape. Regin, Lord Xiutian, had wasted so much time talking to them because he was waiting for reinforcements. Only then would he be completely confident. Before coming, he had said a few more words to stall for time. Now it was different. As soon as reinforcements arrived, they would immediately attack. Go. After hearing the order, the great Devis and the others were invigorated. They charged over and surrounded them. This time, the Empyrean gods they had brought had a suppressive effect. As for Tianyan, he was left to the side. They thought that he could not deal with the Empyrean gods, so he was left to the side. Damn it, let's fight. Empyrean God Wallen was furious. They were all trapped inside. Even if there were other passages, they could not easily escape. So many people had caught up. How could they escape? Thus, they could only fight head-on. Immediately they collided. A battle between Empyrean gods had begun. The Xiutian god realm situation was undoubtedly better. After joining forces to form a formation, it would be easier to suppress them. However, the situation wasn't much better. These Empyrean gods were simply too powerful. After devouring quite a few primordial bloodlines, the evil spirit god's own power had increased dramatically. It was much more difficult to deal with them. Several heavenly gods were needed to suppress a single heavenly spirit god. This was the benefit of bloodline power. Otherwise, why would they keep them in captivity to absorb ancient bloodlines and strengthen their own bloodline density? As the concentration increased, it would be able to erupt with even greater power. However, suppressing them was only a matter of time. If they could suppress them in terms of numbers, then dealing with them naturally wouldn't be a big problem. At that time, it would be a matter of casualties. If the other party was forced into a corner, they would definitely launch a vicious counterattack. Even if he were to die, he would drag a few down with him. As their battle became more and more intense and became white-hot, a figure quietly appeared on the side. Taking advantage of their momentary lapse in concentration, a cold light flashed, and 5 massive dragons shot forth, striking one of the heavenly spirit gods from the back. Boom! This heavenly god was directly killed. The heavenly god elders who were locked in a stalemate with the evil spirit god were all dumbfounded. Just as they were about to go all out, the evil spirit god was instantly killed by Yi Tianyin, the first one. Yi Tianyun's figure flashed, and he hid in the void again, silently leaving this area. Immediately after, he circled to the back of another heavenly spirit god and launched another sneak attack. Again, this heavenly spirit god immediately sensed it. Previously, when Yi Tianyin successfully launched a sneak attack on his companion, many heavenly spirit gods had noticed, so they would definitely be more vigilant. Thus, when Yi Tianyin launched a sneak attack, he immediately turned around to defend. With a loud boom, this heavenly spirit god was sent flying, and the 3 Empyrean spirit treasures all trembled. Overall, he wasn't seriously injured. These heavenly spirit gods had all unleashed their full power. Since they were prepared, they wouldn't be easily killed. They might be able to block Yi Tianyin's attack. But what about the attacks of the heavenly gods behind them? Boom! The heavenly gods behind them wouldn't let go of this opportunity, and they immediately launched a fierce attack, sending the evil spirit god flying and severely injuring him. At this moment, Yi Tianyin swept over and ruthlessly added a spear strike, instantly killing this heavenly spirit god. His decisiveness made all the elders look at him in a new light, especially with such destructive power. Was this really something an Empyrean could possess? After killing him, Yi Tianyin very proficiently hid in the void, preparing to launch another sneak attack. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted to coordinate with the attacks of the heavenly gods and use his ghostly figure to achieve a surprise attack. So what if they knew he was sneak attacking? Don't forget, this was a team battle, not a solo battle. It's that human brat. It's him that caused this situation. Heavenly God Avalon's eyes were bloodshot. A huge problem had appeared in this area that had been peaceful all this while. This made him furious, and he wanted nothing more than to crush Yi Tianyin. However, he was currently unable to split himself and couldn't attend to that side at all. If the sneak attack continued like this, everyone on their side would really die. Most importantly, if they died, they would die. They wouldn't be able to drag a few down with them. This kid is not bad. Regent Lord Xiutian's eyes were full of praise. They didn't expect Yi Tianyin to be able to do this, and they all had a whole new level of respect for him, let alone them. Even the vast heavenly deities were shocked by this scene. How did Yi Tianyun's cultivation base break through to become a mid-level, heavenly venerable unknowingly? This breakthrough speed, I really don't want to talk about it. The great Devis observed the situation here as he attacked. Yi Tianyin killed back and forth with great pleasure. These were all heavenly gods. If he could kill a few more, he would be able to happily level up again. Thus, he didn't get tired of this. He wielded the 5-dragon divine spear and weaved back and forth. One by one, the heavenly gods let out painful wails under his sneak attack. If they didn't block, they would be hit. If they tried to block, they would be sneak attacked by the heavenly gods on the side. This kind of feeling was really sullen. They would die without any dignity. Let's die together." At this time, a heavenly god, evil spirit, was enraged. When he saw Eteonyon charging over with a spear, his body swelled. He looked coldly at Eteonyon and revealed a sinister smile. Boom! Chapter 1561. Haha, that's our spirit. When Heavenly God Wallen saw this, he laughed loudly. How could such an explosion not kill a middle-level Heavenly Venerable? Eteonyon's sneak attack had finally reached their limit. Even if they had to self-destruct, they had to kill Eteonyon. Since they would definitely die from the sneak attack, they might as well throw caution to the wind and self-destruct together with Eteonyon. As long as they could kill Eteonyon, everything would be much easier. Perhaps they would still lose. At least they wouldn't be in this situation where they were constantly being sneak attacked, and they couldn't even touch a hair. Just when they thought that Eteonyon would be killed or seriously injured, Eteonyon slowly walked out from the side and said with a smile, "The power of this self-destruction is really not bad. It's a bit like watching fireworks. It's the kind that Fanyu uses to celebrate festivals. It's really beautiful. Can you detonate a few more?" He wasn't injured at all. Forget about killing him, he didn't even have a scratch on him. At the moment when the other party exploded, Eteonyon immediately teleported away and easily escaped the range of the explosion. It was still quite difficult to injure him, unless the surrounding space was completely sealed and he couldn't use teleportation. It was impossible to injure him. Heavenly God Wallen's smile froze. He thought that Eteonyon would definitely die, or at least be injured. Who would have thought that he would be completely fine? He was still as lively as ever. Haha, I knew he would be fine. The great Devis laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. Regin Lord Xiaotian also felt extremely carefree. He really thought that Eteonyon would be injured, but now it seemed that he was completely fine. This meant that he could continue to sneak attack and drive them crazy. These guys, let's go. Heavenly God, Wallen gritted his teeth. If they continued to delay, they would only be wasting their time and lives. They could only choose to retreat. After sending a mental message, Empyrean God Varen immediately turned and fled into the depths of the minor world. Without question, there had to be an exit within the minor world. However, in the process of their escape, they would definitely be chased and beaten up. In the end, they would definitely be beaten half to death and would not be able to easily fight back. Therefore, they might as well go all out and see if they could defeat them. Who would have thought that Eteonyon would be so ruthless and ruin their plans? Even if their combined strength was enough to crush the heavenly gods in the heavenly god realm, under Eteonyon's crazy sneak attacks, they could only wait for death. You want to leave? It's too late. How could Regin Lord Xiaotian and the others allow them to escape? Their morale skyrocketed as they chased after them. Eteonyon also chased after them. These were all fat sheep. How could he let them go? Following that, they were chased all the way until they threw away their helmets and abandoned their armors. One heavenly deity after another was killed. In the end, Empyrean God Wallen managed to escape. He was the only one who managed to escape. The other Empyrean gods all perished. Empyrean God Wallen's cultivation was high enough, and he also had a lower heavenly god spirit treasure. That was why he was able to escape. However, he was also in a very sorry state. After being beaten up by Regin Lord Xiaotian, how could he possibly be fine? He still managed to escape. Eteonyon watched helplessly as Empyrean God Wallen drilled into a special escape channel. This channel was reserved for escape. This type of channel would also recognize the person. Thus, if they wanted to chase after him, they would first have to destroy the divine seal on it before they could leave. By the time they destroyed it, it was unknown where Empyrean God Wallen had escaped to. Thus, they could only give up on chasing after him. Immediately, they all returned to investigate the situation. There were still several areas that had not been taken away. These could be considered good spoils of war. Following that, they all unlocked the shackles of the heavenly Tao and rescued the people inside. There was no need for Eteonyon to do anything. The great Devis was a divine inscription master, so there was no need to worry about unlocking the shackles. In the remaining areas, there were those with relatively low cultivation. It was clear that they had first transferred away those with high cultivation or higher quality. Although it was a pity, at least they had saved a lot of people. Too many have been transferred away. If I had come a little earlier, I would have definitely been able to leave more behind. The great Devis knew from Eteonyon that there were many areas here. Now that there were only a few areas left, how could he not be angry? The other divine elders lowered their heads in embarrassment, not daring to look at the great Devis. Previously, the great Devis had said that he had urgent matters to attend to, but they had still dragged their feet. By the time they had arrived, a long time had already passed. If they had come back then, they believed that there would have been even more people here. But there were no ifs. Since it had already happened, they only felt a little ashamed. Even if the great Devis wanted to send out a message to kill the evil spirit race and save the cultivators with ancient bloodlines, it was impossible. The emergency message token could only send a message. It could not accurately convey what the situation was. Thus, they had come slowly. In the end, it was because they felt uncomfortable and did not want to listen to the great Devis's orders. It's fine. We've already done very well. At least we know what they're doing. The cultivation heaven domain lord was very satisfied with his son, and his smile did not stop. He then turned to look at the other elders and said in a low voice, "I don't want to say anything more about your mistakes. This time, the great elder has made a great contribution. Not only did he know the situation here, but he also saved a large number of cultivators with potential. Here, I only want to say one thing. I don't want this to happen a second time." The cultivation heaven domain lord was really angry. It should have been better, but it was all because of this group of idiots that this situation had occurred. This made him feel very dissatisfied. Fortunately, there were still some people left. Otherwise, they would have really missed out. The most important thing was that it would affect his son's contribution. If they missed out, they would definitely be criticized by others. This was not a good thing for them. Fortunately, they did not miss out. They could justifiably make a great contribution. Yes, Domain Lord, the many elders were really convinced by the great Devis this time. He had indeed made a great contribution, and it was enough to stabilize his position. After not returning for so long, he suddenly took the position of the great elder. Many people were still not convinced. Although he had won the bet was a bet, not a contribution. Usually, to become a great elder, one had to have enough contribution. Therefore, the great elder and the second elder were only moved back a position and were not chased away. Unless they made a big mistake, their positions were still very stable. Now it was different. The great Devis had made a great contribution, so he could naturally sit in the position justifiably. At this moment, the great Devis stretched out his hand and gave Eteonyon a thumbs up, expressing his gratitude to Eteonyon. If it were not for Eteonyon, he would not know how to make a contribution. He was usually busy with other things in the cultivation heaven domain, so he could not make a contribution at all. Chapter 1562. After everything was over, all of the cultivators had been relocated. This was within Eteonyon's expectations. However, aside from that, there was still one more thing that had yet to be resolved, and that was the matter regarding Heavenly Cultivation God. Heavenly Cultivation God's betrayal made the great Devis extremely furious. However, he didn't say this in front of all of the elders. Instead, he planned to explain this to his father in person. Sometimes it was better not to act rashly and alert the enemy. After being relocated, the Heaven Cultivation God realm was astonished when they learned of the details of the situation. Who would have thought that something like this could happen? They even managed to save a bunch of very valuable cultivators. In a god realm where prodigies were rampant, they were naturally very welcome to join. After all, their bloodlines were all ancient level beings. This meant that their bloodlines were much more powerful. If their bloodlines were similar, then they would be equivalent to their ancestors. How could anyone not be shocked by this? As such, the great Devis was immediately promoted to the top, and his prestige was extremely high. Prestige was something that could change at will. As long as one made some contributions, it could change. As such, the great Devis had always wanted to make some contributions to the heaven cultivation god realm. However, contributions weren't something that could be casually dropped from the sky. It's about time to report this matter to the heaven cultivation god realm. Come with me. The great Devis gestured for Tianyin to come with him. Both of them had made contributions, but Tianyin didn't join them, so the credit belonged to the great Devis. Tianyin nodded and followed along. He had to get justice for this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face himself. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Heaven Cultivation God Palace. The Heaven Cultivation God was busy assigning these cultivators to different areas. These cultivators all had to cultivate hard. If they wanted to unleash the full potential of their bloodlines, they had to be allocated reasonably. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to unleash the full potential of their bloodlines. Xiutian Region Lord. The great Devis led Tianyin inside. In front of outsiders, they had to address him as Region Lord. Tianyin was not an outsider, but as long as it was someone else, he would have to address him respectfully. Grand Elder, you're here. This time, you've really done a great service. I'm really happy. For some reason, the Heavenly Cultivation Domain Lord was very happy. One must know that when the vast heavenly deity came to prove himself, the heavenly deity didn't support him. Instead, he supported the elders. Now his feelings had completely changed. He was completely on the side of the great Devis. Without a doubt, that was a ruse. If he wanted to change the current situation, it wouldn't be easy for him as the region lord. He would need to rely on external forces to change it. The inside was already rotten to the core, so he needed to chop off the rotten areas with an axe from the outside. There were already some initial effects, but it would still take some time to completely change it. The great Devis were working hard on this, and so were the Xiutian region lord. Domain Lord Xiutian, there's an important matter this time, and it's a very serious matter. Although it can't be considered a great service, it will affect the direction of the Xiutian divine realm. The great Devis said solemnly, "What is it?" The smile on Cultivation Sky Domain Lord's face gradually disappeared. Heavenly God Xiutian is a traitor. He wanted to kill me, and even allied with the heavenly gods of the other divine realms to surround me. Fortunately, I left quickly. Otherwise, I would have been surrounded and even killed. The great Devis took out a piece of paper and handed it over. This is the corresponding list of traitors and the forces that colluded with them. The reason they did this is to get rid of me so that their people can seize power. This way, when the region lord changes in the future, many things can be changed. If there were no accidents, the next successor would be the great Devis. Therefore, as long as the great Devis was eliminated, everything would change. The next successor definitely wouldn't be the great Devis. It could be the second elder or even the third elder. After the heavenly cultivation domain, Lord took the paper and glanced at it. His expression became frighteningly gloomy. After a moment, he said, word by word, "If this is true, then it really is a change in the situation. It will affect the strength of the heavenly cultivation domain. Do you know what this means?" "I do. It's not that I'm dead. I'm just afraid that they will use this to join forces with the other divine realms to devour the Xiutian divine realm. When that time comes, the Xiutian divine realm won't be the Xiutian divine realm anymore. It will belong to someone else." The great Devis said in a solemn voice. "Where did you hear this?" Cultivation Sky Domain Lord asked with a solemn expression. "My disciple said that Heavenly God Xiutian was in a critical situation. He performed a soul search and found the corresponding memories," the great Devis said. Cultivation Sky Domain Lord raised his head and looked into Tianyun's eyes. His gaze was filled with an invasive intent, and it struck directly into Yi Tianyun's heart. If one's soul wasn't powerful enough, their legs would definitely give out from under them, and they would kneel to the ground. However, Yi Tianyun was completely unscathed. His soul was far more powerful than his cultivation base. Cultivation Sky Domain Lord was a little surprised to see that Yi Tianyun was completely unscathed. He didn't think that Yi Tianyun would be so calm. It looked like he really was quite powerful. Do you trust your disciple that much? Cultivation Sky Domain Lord asked. That's right, I trust my disciple that much. The great Devis spoke in a firm voice. If you don't even trust your own disciple, then how can you be their master? These things could indeed be fabricated. Even images could be fabricated. There was nothing that couldn't be fabricated. As long as one wanted to fabricate something, nothing would be an issue. However, the great Devis trusted his disciple without the slightest bit of doubt. All right. Cultivation Sky Domain Lord said in a solemn voice. Then give me some time to investigate this thoroughly. The great Devis trusted Yi Tianyun, but the Cultivation Sky Domain Lord didn't trust Yi Tianyun. Even though Yi Tianyun had performed a meritorious deed, he didn't dare to trust him recklessly. This was a matter that concerned the entire Heaven Cultivation God realm. It wasn't a family matter, and it wasn't something that could be easily resolved by executing a single elder. On that piece of paper was a long list of all the elders and powers involved. If he were to do anything, the entire Heaven Cultivation God realm would be mobilized. No problem. The great Devis wasn't surprised. It would be strange if he just nodded casually. Unless he was the Domain Lord, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Then, the great Devis left with Yi Tianyun. After leaving, the great Devis said, You don't have to worry about this. The Cultivation Sky Domain Lord will definitely investigate thoroughly. He said he would investigate, so he will definitely investigate thoroughly. After all, other people need evidence. Chapter 1563. Yi Tianyun already knew that this wasn't something that could be easily resolved. Such a huge Heaven Cultivation God realm couldn't be handled so carelessly. It was unreasonable to arrest him just by listening to his side of the story. In the end, it was because they didn't have enough power. If Shu Tian Domain Lord had seen it with his own eyes, then there would be no need for evidence. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he needed to look into it and find evidence. When the other disciples asked if they had any evidence, how would Shu Tian Domain Lord explain? Sometimes it wasn't about whether Shu Tian Domain Lord trusted them, but whether others trusted Yi Tianyun. What could an outsider prove? What evidence could he have? If it were Yi Tianyun's forces, it wouldn't matter what Yi Tianyun did. But now it was different. Yi Tianyun could understand the complicated relationship. The relationship was so messy that it affected many elders and deacons. If they were uprooted, the Heaven Cultivation God realm would be half crippled. This wasn't an exaggeration. Otherwise, Shu Tian Domain Lord wouldn't be so cautious. Some things made him angry, but he had to be rational. Without rationality, the Heaven Cultivation God realm would really be crippled. This wasn't the God realm of the three realms. There was no power of faith like Yi Tianyun, let alone his ability to carry out orders. Domain Lords weren't invincible, and they couldn't do whatever they wanted. Otherwise, why would there be so many elders? The elders were the ones who restricted the Domain Master's authority, and they could influence the Domain Master's decisions at crucial moments. In the God realm of the three realms, whatever Yi Tianyun said was the law. No one could question his decisions. This was the difference between them. What Yi Tianyun needed was absolute control. He was domineering. He would use whatever methods he needed and would never be lenient. After saying goodbye to the great Devis, he chose to return to the God realm of the three realms. He had saved so many cultivators this time, so it was time to come back and make arrangements. After returning, he communicated with Shi Shuayun. She immediately arranged for a few planets to release the rescued cultivators. After being released one by one, they were very excited and very grateful for this. How could they not be excited to meet such a savior? Etienne's request was very simple. He wanted them to live here and join the three realms God realm. Just like other cultivators, they had to complete missions and obtain contribution points to exchange for resources. They had no objections to this at all. To them, as long as they were not harassed by the evil spirit race, this place was heaven, not to mention doing missions. Even if they were asked to sweep the floor, they wouldn't have the slightest objection. After all, every once in a while he would have to worry about whether he would be captured and devoured. He had always been worried and afraid. That kind of feeling was extremely uncomfortable. It was simply a nightmare. Now that Etienne had awakened them from their nightmare, they were naturally extremely grateful. As for the arrangements, they would listen to Etienne, and their loyalty to Etienne skyrocketed. However, it could only be said to be a part of it. It would still take some time for him to be completely loyal to them. It would take some time to assimilate them before they could become one with the three realms God realm. They have limitless potential and all have ancient bloodlines. If we make use of them, the effects will be astonishing. Of course, everything has to be done naturally. We can't force it. Etienne was still very interested in these ancient bloodlines. If they were to marry into the three realms God realm, the descendants would definitely be stronger. However, he would not force the marriage. That would be too disgusting. Don't you think I know that? Sher Shuiyin rolled her eyes at him and smiled. This time, you brought back another group of experts. It seems that our three realms God realm will become stronger very soon. Yes, it will. It will become stronger very soon, and it will become stronger very quickly. Etienne's eyes burned. He didn't have much time. Within 1,000 years he had to stand firm. He had to be above average in the 4th grade God realm. Otherwise he would be finished. Unless he stayed here to guard, the three realms God realm would definitely be finished. However, he would have to leave sooner or later. He couldn't stay here forever. Hence, it was especially important for him to strengthen his own forces. In the remaining time, Etienne participated in the arrangements and paid attention to the situation. At the same time, he understood their situation so that he could make other arrangements. Following that, he went to his disciples to give them some pointers. Their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. They were much stronger than before. Etienne was very satisfied. He had dug out their potential. They would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. That's about it. That's the rest. After making some arrangements, Etienne returned to the courtyard to rest for a while. He had been too busy. He needed a good rest. However, he didn't lie down to sleep. Instead, he started cultivating. Cultivating was a race against time. He was no exception. Right now, he needed to condense the dark core and take the dark trial. This was the last trial. As long as he completed it, the three realms would truly be his. Previously, he had done it to slow down. Now that his cultivation had broken through, there shouldn't be any problems. He could easily deal with a lower heavenly god, so the dark trial was naturally not a problem. Previously, he could pass the trial alone. Now that his cultivation had increased by so much, it would undoubtedly be easier. Then he immediately started to condense the dark planet. He found many dark cores in his inventory. These were all obtained from the evil spirit race. Without any hesitation, he absorbed them all. He, who had many cores, was very familiar with cultivating these things. Without any difficulty, the dark planet was easily condensed, forming a 3rd grade dark planet. The 3rd grade was relatively low. It was still too ordinary for him. However, it was already very good that he could condense it. Now that I have condensed 8 planets, I still need 2 more. Now that he had 8 planets, 5 of them were equivalent to the 5 elements core. Thunder planet, light planet, and dark planet, that was 8. 8 planets. That was enough to scare people to death. Now, if someone could condense 2 planets, they would be grinning from ear to ear. Yet he could condense 8. This was not the end. He still needed to condense 2 more to reach the standard of breaking through to the heavenly God realm. Forget it. There's no hurry. There's still a lot of time. There's still a long way to go. He was only at the early stage of the intermediate heavenly venerable stage. He still had a lot of experience. Even if he killed more than 10 heavenly gods, he would need to kill more than 10 to level up. Chapter 1564. Tianyin arrived at the entrance. There was only the dark trial left in the entire area. As long as he could pass it, he would become the true master of the 3 realms. He had a hunch that if he could complete the final dark trial, he would be able to thoroughly understand the truth of this place, which was the truth of the 3 realms. It would be very clear which expert had left it behind. However, even if he didn't pass it, he could guess that it must be related to the divine spirit clan. As for the details, he would have to go in to find out. The truth of the 3 realms. Tianyin paused for a moment, then lifted his feet and walked towards the dark trial without any hesitation. When he arrived at the entrance of the passage, he immediately felt a devouring force extending out from inside. There was a strong sense of oppression. This kind of oppressive feeling was much stronger than the other light trials. It was the same as the last 2 trials. So why was the dark trial more difficult? Tianyin tidied himself up a little and then went inside. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt a dark, devouring force surging out from inside and wrapping around him. Instantly, Tianyin felt that his surroundings were completely blocked. Whether it was the exit behind him or the passage inside, he couldn't see anything. There was only darkness. He couldn't see anything. I can't see anything. Tianyin released his spiritual sense and found that it was useless. He couldn't detect the situation around him at all. It could even be said that he couldn't detect anything. He could only see a pitch-black area. After his fruitless exploration, he lifted his feet and walked forward. After taking 2 steps, he felt a little pain as if he had kicked a stone. He reached out to touch it and found that it wasn't a mechanism but a wall. He didn't expect there to be a wall here. Following him, he found that there really was a wall in front of him, and it looked like a passage. He followed it and quickly found another right-angled turn. However, he didn't follow it. Instead, he touched the side and found another fork. This meant that there was a fork in the passage, and he didn't know where it led. Is this a maze? Tianyun's heart sank. This completely blocked his vision and spiritual sense. Since both were blocked, he could only rely on his sense of touch to walk. As for using fire to illuminate the place, that was even more impossible. With his cultivation, he could clearly see areas that were even darker than this place. This completely blocked his line of sight, making it impossible for him to clearly see what was happening outside. It would have been fine if it was just a simple shield, but he was even allowed to walk. From the looks of it, it wasn't the kind that could be easily passed. He needed to block all his senses. How was he supposed to pass through this maze? After exploring a certain distance, he completely understood that this was really a maze and there was no normal path. He casually explored a section of the road and found a bunch of forks. There wasn't a single normal path. This made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It wasn't that dangerous, but he couldn't find the exit at all, nor could he find the entrance from before. It would be a tragedy if they were trapped here forever. How are we supposed to leave? Tianyin was speechless. He couldn't see anything along the way. It would have been fine if it was a straight path, but now he encountered a bunch of detours in the maze. How was he supposed to get out? After making 1 round, he didn't even know where he was. Even if it's a dark trial, it doesn't have to be so dark, right? Tianyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, there isn't any danger. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. If someone were to sneak up on him, or if there was something under his feet, it would be extremely troublesome. His spiritual sense was useless, and his eyes were also useless. After checking for a while, he stopped and didn't continue forward. The main thing was that he couldn't see anything. If he walked blindly, he wouldn't be able to get out of here. However, this must be a special kind of test. Since it's a trial, there must be a way to get out. I can't just rely on luck to find my way out. If I only rely on luck, can it still be called a trial? Tianyin frowned, thinking about how to get out of this situation. Then he sat down to meditate, thinking about how to get out. My spiritual sense is useless and my eyes are useless. What else can I use to explore the way? Tianyin frowned. There must be a very important trial here. This was the same as the previous trials. It wasn't set up here for no reason. There was some meaning to it. After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. He jumped up from his meditation and said in surprise, "There's still perception." Perception was a very primitive sensing ability. It could sense the surrounding environment, but the sensing range was too small. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of spatial sensing. It was different from spiritual sense in that it wasn't subject to too many restrictions. It could sense the surrounding space, but the range was too small. Ordinary cultivators rarely practiced it. However, perception was very useful. It could sense if there was any danger nearby. Some could even sense the cultivators hiding in the void. This was something that the naked eye and spiritual sense couldn't do. However, because the range was too small, it wasn't used in normal situations. Now that he was here, he could use it. Then he began to magnify his perception. Like his own eyes, it spread out in all directions. Soon, the surroundings formed into a picture that entered his mind. Tianyin immediately saw that within 10 meters of his range, there were several forks that led to different areas. Gradually, it became clearer and clearer. He could see the lines on the walls and some small gravel on the ground. He could clearly sense them. This was the power of perception. The effect was somewhat beyond his imagination. Perfect. Even if my eyes can't see and my spiritual sense can't detect, my perception can still clearly sense the surrounding situation. However, the difficulty is still a little high. If I maintain it for a long time, it will still consume quite a bit of energy. Tianyin quickly sprinted forward. Under his perception, the surrounding situation had nowhere to hide. Everything was clearly presented in his mind. The surrounding terrain and the surrounding situation could all be sensed. Compared to blindly touching before, it was really much better. It was not a situation on the same level at all. Under such circumstances, he could run quickly along the way. There was no need to move slowly. That kind of speed was really too slow. It was not a situation on the same level at all. With this kind of speed, even if he encountered a dead end, he could quickly turn around and return. This way, even if he made a mistake, at least he could react quickly. It was much faster than before. Chapter 1565. Tianyin quickly shuttled back and forth in the maze, trying to find the exit. According to the situation, he would only need to spend some time to find the exit. After all, as long as he didn't fumble around, he would be able to find the exit. Even if the area was huge, he could find the exit as long as he spent some time. Moreover, he had no other choice but to use these ordinary methods. If his spiritual sense was useful, his speed would definitely increase by a lot, and he would be able to get out easily. Now he could only look around for the exit. It was a stupid method, but he could only use this method. This level is really sick. Even if it's a dark trial, it shouldn't be so cruel, right? Tianyin was very helpless. He shuttled back and forth in the maze, and at the same time he kept remembering the situation around him, forming a special space in his mind. Although it was the same, he would leave a small mark on the side, so that he wouldn't walk this path again. As time passed, he quickly shuttled back and forth in the maze. He didn't know how long he had been running, but he felt that he had already run a long distance. If converted to a planet, he didn't know how many laps he had run. With his current cultivation, he could travel thousands of miles in an instant, which was absolutely shocking. But here it was like an endless road with no end in sight. He made a lot of marks, and he didn't encounter any later, which meant that he didn't go the wrong way. Under the condition of not going the wrong way, he still couldn't reach the end. It had to be said that this area was really too vast. However, it was indeed very vexing. First, He ran to the fork in front of him. Then there were many more forks. After randomly choosing one to enter, there were dozens more forks. He was on the verge of collapsing. He didn't even know how many forks there were. Could it be that even with perception, I can't escape from here? Onion frowned. Logically, he should be able to pass this way, but he couldn't leave at all, and was trapped in this area. As for regretting it, it was already too late. He couldn't use the teleportation divine stone, and he couldn't use teleportation to leave either. He was completely trapped here. It seems that the real difficulty isn't facing powerful enemies, but these endless traps. Onion finally stopped, walked in front of one of the walls, and then waved his fist and smashed it. Boom! A hole was smashed into the wall. Since that's the case, I'll break through the walls one by one and see if I can make a path. Onion was furious. He had no choice but to use the most violent method. He would smash the walls one by one, which would serve as a marker. Moreover, he would definitely walk in a straight line. If he walked in a straight line, he would definitely be able to get out, right? Then he smashed his way down. He had to admit that the walls here were really hard. However, under his violent fists, he still managed to kill one with each punch. His energy was somewhat consumed. But now that things had come to this, he couldn't care less. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to get out of here if he fought his way through. After smashing countless walls, Onion's hands turned red. In the end, he used the 5-dragon divine spear to stab at the wall. With the help of the 5-dragon divine spear, it was as if the gods were helping them. They easily broke through one wall after another as if they were cutting through tofu. But even after he broke through many walls, he still couldn't see the end. After breaking through one wall, there would be another. There was no end to it. I still haven't reached the end. Onion stopped. He felt that something was amiss. Even if it was a giant planet with his previous speed, he would be able to punch through it. Now, there was still no end, which surprised him. When he turned his head to look behind him, there was still a big hole behind him. However, when he stretched his head to sense the area further away, he found that the wall slightly further behind him had completely recovered. It actually recovered. Onion frowned. From this, he could see many things. It was even possible that he had fallen into a strange array. Then he probed deeper, but didn't find any clues. Not to mention a divine seal, there wasn't even a trace. But if there was, he would have discovered it a long time ago and not now. Strange. Onion's eyes darkened. It seemed that he had really fallen into a strange trap. Moreover, it wasn't the kind that was easy to escape from. As expected, the dark trial wasn't that easy to break through. It was much more difficult than the light trial. The light trial relied on brute force to pass it. Here, whether it was brute force or techniques, he had used them all. Who knew that there would be no effect at all? He had to admit that it was too strange. For the first time, he felt that he couldn't exert his strength. He didn't continue to destroy the wall. If it was effective, it would have succeeded a long time ago. He wouldn't be trapped here. Do I have to use another method? At this time, he deeply understood that there were such strange methods in the world. This kind of array was probably of a higher level. It wouldn't be easy to break it. After pacing back and forth for a while, he stared at the top of his head. He thought about it carefully. He hadn't checked the top of his head yet. When he looked up at the sky, he naturally sensed the ceiling. There was no bright spot. As he probed along the way, he found that it was very ordinary. It was no different from underground. But as he carefully probed, he gradually began to reveal a clue. The trace of a divine seal. This divine seal was hidden very deeply. It was just inside the wall. It just happened that there was a trace of it on the wall that he had destroyed. If it wasn't for his strong perception, he really wouldn't have sensed it. Now that he sensed it, his eyes immediately lit up. It's actually hidden on the ceiling. How is this designed? Onion didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Usually arrays were set up underground. It was mainly because there were all kinds of energy crystals buried underground or to attract underground spiritual chi. That way the array could be maintained. Therefore, normally, people would look directly at the ground to find a way to break the array. But now, it was directly above his head. This wasn't just strange, it was strange to the extreme. If he hadn't looked carefully, he really wouldn't have thought that it would be on the ceiling, even if he racked his brains. Normally, if it was set up, it definitely wouldn't be able to last for too long. It would run out of energy very quickly. Without energy, no matter how strong the array was, it wouldn't be able to operate. This was just like cultivators. Without energy, no matter how strong their cultivation was, they wouldn't be able to use it. They would just lie on the ground and be at the mercy of others. As long as I find it, everything will be much easier. Chapter 1566. After Etianyan found the divine seal, he quickly began to break it. The difficulty was quite high, but for him, it wasn't a problem. As long as he could break it, he would rather slow down. It was better than going around in circles. At that time, there would be no way out. After a period of time, the divine seal was finally broken. After breaking it, the surrounding dark area suddenly disappeared without a trace, turning into a very ordinary maze. This maze wasn't that big. There were only 3 forks and 3 straight lines. There weren't any more than that. This meant that he had been crazily running before, going back and forth in circles in these areas. As for making a mark, it was even more meaningless, as it would disappear on its own. Even the walls could be restored, let alone a mere mark. After recovering, he fell into a dead end and could only go around in circles. The overall area was only the size of a small courtyard. If he ran a little, he would run out of space. But he had been going around in circles for a long time. It was as if he had run the size of several planets. It was really a waste of time. It seems that this trial not only requires proficiency in perception, but also a high-level divine carving master. Etianyan shook his head helplessly. There is no sign outside the trial. If he just casually broke in, wouldn't he be dead for sure? This trial required a divine carving master to pass. Ordinary cultivators would find it extremely difficult to break through. Unless one's cultivation was very high, it was impossible to forcefully break through the great array here. At least within the Empyrean realm, it was impossible to achieve this step. One must be at least a heavenly god level or higher to achieve this step. Moreover, one must be a very strong heavenly god. After breaking through, he saw the exit and entrance in front of him. There was basically no detour. It had to be said that after breaking through, the scene he saw was completely different. Before, he thought that it was a huge maze, but after breaking through it, he found himself going around in circles. Etianyan didn't have any temper after being fooled. Who would have thought that the great array would be engraved on the ceiling? After Etianyan lifted his foot and walked out, he turned his head and looked over. He saw a thick ceiling above him, causing him to be startled. The dark training area is probably underground. Now he knew why the formation was carved on the surface. It was because the surface belonged to the underground, and there was a spirit vein or something that continuously provided energy, thus achieving the effect of maintaining the formation. In that case, it would be feasible to carve the formation on it. Etianyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out why he could do this. It seemed that everything had been planned from the very beginning. He turned his gaze to the front again. It was still pitch black in front of him, but there was a belt of light in the middle, which meant that as long as he crossed it, he would truly enter that pitch black space. Seems like the owner of this place is really addicted. Etianyan was speechless when he saw the environment in front of him. Even if it was a secret trial, there was no need to be so crazy, right? Was he really black all the way until the very end? If that was the case, it wouldn't be easy to pass. It was already so difficult when they had just entered. Who knew how difficult it would be later on? He paused for a moment, but in the end he still stepped forward and walked into the pitch-black space. Previously, he had consumed some energy, but since he wasn't injured, he could recover with a little replenishment. It wasn't a big deal. Then, when he stepped into the pitch-black space, all his vision, including his spiritual sense, was blocked again. It felt exactly the same as before. There was no change at all. This method was still the same as before. Did this mean that he had to continue looking for the god's seal to break? He immediately released his perception and explored his surroundings. In a short while, he sensed the situation nearby. He saw that there was a formation under his feet. There was no doubt that it was the god's seal formation. I found it so quickly. Tianyin was stunned. It was so easy this time. This was really too strange. Or rather, it should be said that everything was too easy. He could find it so quickly. This was really too surprising. Previously, it took him half a day to find it. Now it was so easy. How could he not feel strange? Just as he was thinking about how to break it, a murderous intent suddenly came from behind him. He subconsciously dodged to the side. The moment he dodged, a deep mark appeared in the area where he was. However, it healed very quickly. Tianyin couldn't see anyone. He only saw a deep mark in the area where he was just standing. If he hadn't dodged just now, he would have been torn in half. If he was any better, he would have been seriously injured. However, under his perception, he couldn't find anyone. The range of his perception was too small. At most, he could only sense within a range of 10 meters. He couldn't sense anything further. This meant that the enemy could see him, but he couldn't see them. He could only be in a passive state of defense. In a state of constant defense, he had to continuously break the formation. Just thinking about it made him feel a little scared. It's really not easy. This time there are many enemies. If the formation is still hidden, how can I play? Tianyin knew what the purpose of this trial was. It was either to kill the enemy or to break the formation under the fierce attack of the enemy. No matter which one it was not easy. If he wanted to kill the enemy, he had to at least know where the enemy was. As for breaking the formation could be found. However, if the enemy kept attacking, it would be difficult to break. As he was thinking, he felt a killing intent behind him. As long as the enemy's attack was within 10 meters, he would be able to sense it immediately. Tianyin stepped forward, and the 5-dragon divine spear instantly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed the spear with full force. Swish! Tianyin's spear was as fast as lightning, but it hit an afterimage of a black shadow. The attack didn't hit anything, but the enemy's attack still fell on Tianyin. Boom! Tianyin used his empty left hand to block the attack and was sent flying. At this moment, there was a deep cut on his arm, and his arm was almost cut into two. What a strong attack! Tianyin sucked in a breath of cold air. This attack had at least the power of a heavenly venerable. Under normal circumstances, a heavenly venerable could be easily killed. However, it was completely different now. He couldn't see where the enemy was. How could he fight in such a situation? Tianyin quickly healed the injury on his arm. He frowned. Even if his perception could quickly detect the enemy, there was a limit to what he could do within 10 meters. Chapter 1567. Tianyin doesn't have much time to rest. As long as he stands in the same place for a while, he will be attacked. There is almost no blind spot where the sneak attack comes from. It depends on the mood of the opponent. Sometimes it will come from behind, sometimes directly from the front. No matter where it comes from, he can feel it. It's a test of his reaction. The distance within 10 meters gives him a very limited time to prepare. Therefore, his nerves are tense, and he is ready to fight at any time. Based on the current situation, it would be extremely difficult to break the formation here. It is difficult enough to deal with this abnormal guy, but to break this big formation, the difficulty is even higher. If I die, the 3 realms will become a masterless thing again, right? Tianyin felt very speechless. Even if it is a little difficult, it should not be so fatal, right? Can't you be a little more gentle? Why is it so deadly? Show! The attack came again. Tianyin quickly dodged to the side, and at the same time threw a spear. This time did not hit the opponent, just hit the air, and did not tear the void. The void here is extremely stable. It is not easy to tear the void. Still did not hit. Tianyin felt very angry. His attack is useless. He has been in a passive position. It really feels very uncomfortable. If this continues, how can I play? Void, void. Tianyin's eyes narrowed. Is this guy hiding in the void? It is not impossible for the opponent to have the void bloodline. He met an opponent before who often hid in the void. Because the space is very stable, it is equivalent to secretly attacking him in a solid room. It is extremely disgusting. Now he also has the power of void, but he can't enter the void here. It means he can't kill the opponent. If it is inside the void, then don't force me. Tianyin sneered and immediately moved to the system, aimed at one of the bloodline energy, and fiercely clicked to upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyin successfully upgraded the void bloodline to level 4. Tianyin spent a lot of crazy points to upgrade his void bloodline to level 4. This time he really went all out. Anyway, the void bloodline was still very powerful to him. This was especially so when it came to killing invisibly, so he often used this void bloodline. After upgrading his void bloodline to level 4, his figure flashed and he really did enter the void. After entering the void, he immediately felt the scene before him brighten up. It was no longer pitch black like before. Although it was still very dark here, many restrictions had disappeared. For example, the line of sight and spiritual sense had been completely released. The Great Formation was indeed a great formation. At the very least, this great formation could not restrict the situation inside the void. Otherwise, even their own people would not be able to enter the void at will. After entering, he immediately saw a black shadow floating beside him. His appraisal, I finally gave him some information. Previously, it was pitch black, and the appraisal I could only identify based on his own eyes. If he couldn't even see, how could he identify? It turns out to be a tool spirit with void bloodline. Tianyin looked at the black shadow in front of him and immediately knew that it was a tool spirit. Besides a tool spirit, what else could there be here? How did you come in? The tool spirit was stunned by Tianyin. He was the master of this place. He controlled the space in this area. No one else could come in easily. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, Tianyin came in? It means that Tianyin's ability in the void far surpassed him. Xiu. The answer was a domineering spear. 5 dragons roar. Roar. 5 huge dragons whizzed over, and an extremely powerful force directly suppressed it, smashing the artifact spirit into smithereens. This tool spirit was just an upper heavenly master. Under his strong attack and the title of Super Heavenly Master, it was naturally killed instantly. The tool spirit was blasted into pieces, but the tool spirit did not die. Even if he is invincible, he lives by relying on treasures. Unless the treasure is destroyed, it is very difficult for the tool spirit to die. Although he is not dead, his situation is not much better. He will definitely need to spend some effort to reform. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tianyin quickly came out of the void and began to quickly destroy the array. He did not know where the tool spirit's body was, so it was difficult to destroy it. Moreover, he did not really want to kill this tool spirit. As long as he becomes the master of this place, all these things will be his. He definitely does not want to destroy his own things. Therefore, he can only quickly destroy the array to pass this trial. Soon, he destroyed the array one after another. At this time, the tool spirit reformed at the side. However, this time he did not attack. Instead, he watched silently from the side. Are you not going to attack? Tianyin saw the tool spirit standing there in a daze, as if he had become stupid. The tool spirit said in a low voice, "You are stronger than me. There is no point in continuing to attack you." Tianyin instantly laughed. As expected of an intelligent tool spirit, he knows that he can't beat him. If he continued to attack fiercely, it would actually just be a little interference. Even his strongest trump card would be useless. Then, what is the point of fighting? Following which, he easily destroyed the array. Instantly, his eyes opened up. It is just a very ordinary hull. There are few god seals carved under his feet. After destroying it, everything returned to its original state. This means that he passed this trial just like that. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the trial. You can continue forward or choose to withdraw. The tool spirit at the side floated over and explained. Withdraw. Tianyin was startled. He hasn't even reached the end and he has already asked to withdraw? Yes, this is the last trial. The difficulty is the highest. In history, it is the most difficult level. With your cultivation, it is very likely that you will fail. The result of failure is death. The tool spirit explained, of course, if you withdraw now, you can come back next time. It does not mean that you have to pass to stop. Tianyin finally understood what was going on. It turned out that he was going to take a break or go cultivate for a while before continuing. This was something that had never happened before. Either he went all the way to the end, or he had to start all over again. But now it was different. This trial was directly divided into 2 stages. So, if I had chosen to pass the dark trial before, wouldn't that be the same as seeking death? Tianyin wondered. No, if your strength isn't enough and you aren't a divine inscription master, you won't be allowed to come in. The tool spirit patiently explained. Chapter 1568. The most difficult level. Tianyin looked at the tunnel in front of him. It was still pitch black. Hearing this, it seemed like once he stepped in, he would never be able to come out. Yes, this is the most difficult level. Please choose carefully. If you want to go in now, you can. The artifact spirit took on the responsibility of explaining. What is the content of the trial inside? Tianyin asked. I'm very sorry I can't tell you. I can only say that it is very dangerous. It is very likely that you'll die inside. The artifact spirit said solemnly. All right. Tianyin didn't expect the artifact spirit to say anything. The artifact spirit definitely wouldn't say the details. Otherwise, if it explained everything clearly, how could he play? Looking at the tunnel in front of him, as long as he completed the last level, the 3 realms would be his. Now he had 2 choices. Leave for now or go straight through. After going through, everything would be over and the truth would be revealed. With my current strength, how confident am I in passing? Tianyin changed the way he asked. The artifact spirit stared at him for a while and said, 50%! 50%! Tianyin was silent. The artifact spirit definitely didn't know how strong he was. It probably evaluated him based on the battle just now, or based on his performance in the trial. No matter which stage it was, to give him a 50% chance seemed really difficult. Could it be that he really had to leave this place and cultivate for a while before coming back? Just as he was thinking whether he should go straight in or leave to cultivate before coming back, his jade pendant suddenly broke. His expression changed, and he chose to leave without hesitation. After leaving, he disappeared without stopping. He didn't even say a word before leaving the 3 realms and coming to the vast Shengshin sect. Senior brother, what happened? The jade pendant in Tianyin's hand broke, meant that something big had happened to the vast Shengshin sect. Otherwise, the jade pendant wouldn't have broken. Only in very serious situations would there be this distress signal. You're already here? Sword C, Heavenly Paragon, and the rest were all waiting here. They looked at Tianyin with astonishment. He had just crushed it, and he was already here. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? After Tianyin arrived, he searched along the way and found that nothing strange had happened to the vast godly sect. Everything was normal, and there didn't seem to be any changes, nor were there any attacks. That's not the main point. What's the main point? Isn't the vast divine sect under attack? Tianyin asked curiously. No, that's not it at all. It's the heavenly cultivation god realm that's fighting. Sword C, Heavenly Venerable, and the others said anxiously, I don't know why, but suddenly 2 great god realms started attacking the cultivation god realm. In addition, there were many internal rebellions, and it immediately exploded. What? Etianyan was taken aback. Could it be the myriad heavens divine domain and the sacred peak divine domain? How did you know? Heavenly Venerable Sword C, and the rest were stunned. How did the news spread so quickly? Or rather, you were nearby, but we didn't sense your presence at all. I previously knew that the heavenly cultivation god realms elders colluded with other god realms and wanted them to support them. Etianyan said coldly, "Those two god realms are the myriad heavens divine domain and the sacred peak divine domain. They can be considered old rivals." These two forces were indeed old rivals, and very old rivals at that. They had been entangled since the outer god realms until now. He had always wanted to destroy these two forces, but he didn't have the time, and his cultivation wasn't strong enough. Since the two god realms could gain a foothold here, they definitely had their own extraordinary side. If they casually attacked, it would be easy for problems to arise. But now the two god realms actually made a move so quickly, and they didn't know why. You even know this? Sword C, Heavenly Venerable, and the others were stunned. They were the only ones who didn't know. Yes, I found this information in the mind of one of the Heavenly Cultivation God Realms elders. I asked the Heavenly Cultivation God Realms Lord to investigate, and then it became like this. Could the investigation be the fuse? The information in Etianyan's mind spun rapidly, and after a moment his eyes revealed shock. Could it be that the evil spirit race made a move? Thinking about it carefully, the sacred peak divine domain had something to do with the evil spirit race. It was possible that the 5th grade god realm had asked the sacred peak divine domain to attack the heavenly cultivation god realm, and for some reason, they pulled in the myriad heavens divine domain. The evil spirit race made a move. Could it be that there is an evil spirit race stationed in the myriad heavens divine domain? Sword C, Heavenly Venerable, and the others had just heard about it recently, and the information was gradually spreading. It was just that most of them hadn't seen it before, so no one knew whether it was true or not. That's what I mean. Then what do we do now? Do we go over to support them? Etianyan asked. Of course, Master and the others were besieged by a group of elders and experts from the outer god realms. Many geniuses chose to rebel, but those with low cultivations all chose to stand on Master's side. There are many of them, but their cultivations are all relatively low. Sword C, Heavenly Venerable smiled bitterly. Looks like we have something to do with this matter? It's a little related, but that's because Master stole their benefits. How could they not be angry and rebel? They wanted to grasp great power in the first place. I suspect that it's related to the evil spirit race, and they gradually want to take these divine domains for themselves. The more Etianyan thought about it, the more he felt afraid. The evil spirit race's infiltration was extremely shocking. Not only the evil spirit race, but the other races in the Battle of the God Emperor were also constantly expanding their forces. They wanted to completely turn things around one day and become the true masters of the inner god realm. We are disrupting their plans in advance. Otherwise, when they completely grasp great power, the heavenly cultivation god realm will be finished, Etianyan said in a deep voice. It seems that from the beginning, the heavenly cultivation god realm has been extremely chaotic, and its roots have long since decayed to a terrifying extent. When Master returns, forget about reforming it. There's a bunch of traitors here. How can we reform it? Then there's no time to lose. Let's hurry over and support Master now. Maybe we won't be of much use, but we can help a little, just a little. Sword C, Heavenly Venerable, and the others' cultivation was not weak, but facing a heavenly god, they were really cannon fodder. However, it was impossible for them to watch their master be besieged, and it was the same for Etianyan. Chapter 1569. After making some preparations, Etianyan and the others immediately headed to the Heaven Cultivation God Realm, discussing countermeasures along the way. However, how to deal with it depended on the situation there. Flying at full speed, they quickly arrived at the Heaven Cultivation God Realm. Just as they arrived outside the passageway, they saw a group of powerhouses guarding outside, all at the level of middle heavenly venerables and above. All of them stared at this side, and whoever dared to barge in would be killed without mercy. They aren't disciples of the heaven cultivation god realm, but disciples of other god realms. The passageway was so easily controlled. It seems that there are many traitors. When Sword Ruler and the others saw that the passageways were controlled by other disciples, they knew that there were many traitors. If there weren't many traitors, it would be very easy to know that someone had barged in. If a large number of powerhouses came, they would immediately notify the elders to come and support, or immediately close the passageway, which could stop the invasion of strong enemies. Now that they had completely fallen, it meant that there were many traitors. And it seems that the heaven cultivation god realm is really hard to say this time. Tianyan shook his head. No wonder Master didn't let us join. If we joined and something happened, we would definitely be in trouble. Tianyan only now knew that the great Devis probably knew a lot of things, which was why he didn't let them join. Right, it seems that we can only barge in, otherwise we won't be able to enter at all. Sword Ruler and the others took out their weapons, preparing for battle. Tianyun's weapon was a low, heavenly venerable spirit treasure. In fact, with his cultivation, he could already make a middle heavenly venerable spirit treasure. But he didn't have the time to do so. If we barge in, we will alert the enemy and let the cultivators inside know that we went in. Tianyan signaled for them to stop and not rush in. But if we don't barge in, how do we go in? It seems that the inside is surrounded or the exit is blocked. It's not possible to come out. Sword Ruler said with a stern expression. Although it won't fall so quickly, the situation is definitely not good, especially with the exit blocked. Tianyan nodded, agreeing with Heavenly Venerable Sword C's words. The great Devis and the others would definitely not be defeated so quickly. No matter what, they had a large number of loyal elders by their side. Even if they were a little less than the celestial realms that were besieging them, there were still quite a number of heavenly gods among them. If they could easily fall into the enemy's hands, then they would be too weak. No matter what, they would be able to hold on for a period of time. It's very simple. In the past, I really couldn't do this, but now it's different. Tianyan smiled and gestured for them to grab him. He then took a step forward and dragged his 4 senior brothers and the rest into the rift. After entering the void, everything was the same as usual. He could still see the scenery outside from the void. Previously, when its grade was still low, it was impossible for it to casually bring in people. Now, however, it was different. After its grade had risen significantly, it could bring in 4 people at once. After bringing them in, Tianyan swaggered over with them. Under their shocked gazes, they easily passed through the passage and entered the heaven cultivation celestial realm. After gradually going far away, they found a remote corner, and Tianyan brought them out. Huff! After dragging them out, Tianyan let out a deep breath. Bringing 4 people into the void in one go consumed a lot of energy. More than half of his energy was depleted in an instant. However, he immediately swallowed a medicinal pill and quickly recovered the portion that was consumed. Little junior brother, you're too amazing. You walked in so easily. It's like you're in your own backyard. Heavenly Venerable Sword C and the others were stunned. After entering, those guards didn't notice them, and they swaggered past in front of them. If it was a sneak attack, they would have been decapitated long ago. With a slight improvement in ability, this effect can be achieved. Tianyan smiled and said, however, the consumption is really great. Now is not the time to praise me. Let's hurry over. All right, they didn't say much. Their main goal now was to see the situation of the great Devis. Then, they concealed their auras and quietly flew forward. Along the way, they discovered that the situation of many planets was rather bad, and they were all controlled by a group of experts. These experts were from the myriad heaven divine realm, the sacred peak divine realm, and the evil spirit race. That's right, The experts of the three great powers had all come. How could they not be suppressed? This evil spirit race is really bold. Are they really not afraid of those hidden existences? Tianyin knew what the hidden existences that the heavenly cultivation domain lord was talking about were. They were the ancient experts from a long time ago. The ancient experts had survived the battle of the divine lord. Some of them had a blood feud with the evil spirit race, while others were hiding. When they saw something, they would come out of seclusion to suppress it. No matter what kind of thoughts they had, they all hated the evil spirit race very much. But the evil spirit race was just that bold. They were really unbridled and attacked here. They weren't even afraid of the foundation of the heaven cultivation divine realm. There must be powerful existences in the heaven cultivation divine realm. It was impossible for there to be only a small number of experts here. The evil spirit race isn't just bold, they are simply audacious. Heavenly Sovereign Jian Si said sternly, "It seems like they are very confident. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to do this. Yes, but it seems like their main goal is to control all the forces and completely occupy the heaven cultivation divine realm." Heavenly Sovereign Yu Qian said, "The cultivators in these controlled planets weren't considered powerful. They were only around the Earth monarch level, and the strongest was only the Lord of Heaven. As long as a few heavenly sovereigns were sent down, it would be enough to suppress them and make them not dare to act rashly. If they made a slight move, they would be easily killed. In the face of powerful cultivation, a large number of people was a pile of trash. They were expressionless as they watched from the side. There was no need to send too many heavenly sovereigns to guard a planet. Only 2 were enough. Little junior brother, what do you think we should do now?" Heavenly Sovereign Jian Si pointed at them and said, right now, they were all centered around Tianyin, mainly because Tianyin was more capable and had brought them in easily. Unknowingly, they all wanted to ask Tianyin about his plan. Is there a need to say that? Get rid of them one by one. Don't leave a single one alive. Tianyin's gaze was ice cold. He definitely wouldn't show any mercy when dealing with these enemies. If he could kill them, he definitely wouldn't let them go. Chapter 1570. In the main temple of the Heaven Cultivation God Realm, there were many powerhouses surrounding them. The great Devis, the Heaven Cultivation Domain Lord, and the others were all trapped inside. At the outermost area, there were many sky gods firmly sealing them. At the same time, there was also a powerful formation that locked them inside. No wonder the great Devis and the others couldn't come out. Just this formation alone was enough to temporarily trap them inside. Even if they wanted to break it, it would take some time. You traitors, you actually colluded with the outer god realms. Most importantly, you even colluded with the evil spirit race. Your crimes are truly unforgivable. The Heaven Cultivation Domain Lord looked at them angrily. He looked around and saw many familiar faces standing opposite him. However, they weren't the elders at the front. The first elder who had a grudge against the great Devis was now the second elder, as well as the third elder and the others who supported the genius faction. They didn't betray and still chose to stand on this side. They were originally loyal to the Heaven Cultivation God Realm. They just had different ideas when it came to selecting cultivators. Loyalty was still loyalty, and the ones who truly rebelled were the elders who were ranked at the back. However, they were still elders, and they were also highly respected elders. Betraying one was extremely painful. To be able to become an elder meant that they had made a lot of contributions and invested a lot of resources. Who knew that in the end they were ingrates? Now, the elders at the back were all standing opposite them. Not only that, but there were also many genius disciples standing opposite them. As for those powerhouses with average talent or disciples with average talent, they didn't betray and were all sealed here. This made the second elder and the others feel bitter. Most of the genius disciples that they had painstakingly nurtured had run to the other side. How could they not feel heartache? To them, this was a great irony. What was the use of spending so much money to nurture them? Didn't they still become someone else's disciple? colluding with outsiders? When did we say that we were people of the heaven cultivation God realm? One of the elders laughed loudly, feeling that everything was so ridiculous. The rest of the elders also laughed. From the beginning, they were not people of the heavenly cultivation God realm. They were just spies that were planted here. These words made them explode with anger. They had raised him for so many years, but no matter how much they raised him, he still couldn't get used to it. The great Devis's expression was indifferent. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with their betrayal. After checking the name list, they already knew who the traitor was. It was exactly the same as what Tianyan had said. Doesn't your conscience hurt? We nurtured you like this, but you treat us like this. One of the elders roared angrily. Nurture us? That's your business. It has nothing to do with us. One of the elders pointed at the great Devis and sneered. But it was supposed to be fine. I didn't expect you to come back and cause trouble. Otherwise, we would definitely be able to rise step by step and finally become the candidate for the heavenly cultivation domain lord. In this place, it was either the great elder or the next domain master. Everything depended on one's contributions and prestige. But the most important thing is that you provoked the Lord. They all sneered, then moved to the side to make space. Immediately, a familiar figure slowly walked over from behind. It was the familiar person from before, Heavenly God Avalon. Heavenly God Avalon slowly walked over and said with a smile, I already said that the heavenly cultivation domain would slowly kill you. But now I don't intend to do it slowly. I'll directly kill you. Or rather, I'll directly turn the heavenly cultivation domain into my divine domain. Also, you said before that I'm not afraid of those hidden old farts. To be honest, I'm not afraid at all. If you have the ability, come out. I suspect that they won't come out. They're all dead. He laughed out loud, completely ignoring those ancient existences. Is that so? I don't think so. I think that group of people will soon reappear, and when that time comes, they'll massacre everything. Heavenly cultivation domain, Lord said coldly. Heavenly God, Avalon's eyes narrowed. After calming down a little, he continued to mock them. Of course, the key is that your old farts have all been sealed by us. You don't have anything to rely on anymore. How can you make a comeback? Don't count on those old farts. You can't even protect yourselves, so what else can you save? The heavenly cultivation domain's patriarchs were all sealed. The patriarchs were all in seclusion. They only needed to use a little trick to seal the perimeter. In fact, this great formation definitely couldn't trap them, but they were all in seclusion, as long as they surrounded the perimeter and didn't let anyone leak information. Then these patriarchs would be no different from being trapped to death. By the time these patriarchs reacted, the outside had already been completely occupied. There was no point in coming out. Heavenly cultivation domain lord and the others were silent. Some of their eyes burned with anger, but there was nothing they could do. They were all trapped, so there was no way to ask for help. Sigh, if Father was a little more ruthless, perhaps this situation wouldn't have happened. Heavenly cultivation domain Lord called himself Father, which meant that he was using his status as a father to talk to the great Devis. From his tone, one could hear the guilt in it. If he had killed them or captured them, then this situation wouldn't have happened. But there were no ifs. Things had already happened. By the time he investigated, the other party had already carried out the plan. Father, there's no need to feel guilty about this. You've always prioritized the bigger picture, and you're even more helpless. I've really learned a lot over the past few days. The boundless sky, God sighed deeply. After a thorough investigation, he realized that his father was just putting up a front. Previously, he seemed to oppose him and treat him badly. Everything was to protect him, and he also wanted his son to change the heavenly cultivation domain. After all, the heavenly cultivation domain lord's authority wasn't low, but it wasn't absolute. If he wanted to change everything, it would depend on whether the great Devis could play a role. However, the heavenly cultivation domain had already decayed. By the time it was fixed, it was already too late. While sighing, Tianyin was hiding in a corner. He was alone. The rest of the senior brothers went to the planets one by one and killed the traitors. Everything was done quietly. Those patriarchs are all trapped? Then let's go and free them. The situation will be reversed soon. Tianyun's eyes narrowed. Chapter 1571. While they were still in a stalemate, Tianyin quickly turned to the patriarch's area. He had never been to this area before, but he could roughly tell from its appearance. How could the patriarch's seclusion place be bad? Of course, it couldn't be bad. It must be an extremely powerful core. After a while, he easily found it. It was simply and crudely sitting on a grade 6 core. The surrounding area was very good. Looking closely, there were heavy guards outside, and there were 2 heavenly god powerhouses. As for the other heavenly venerable powerhouses, there was no need to say much. Sending 2 heavenly gods to guard here was enough to show how important this place was. Tianyin probed a little and immediately determined that this was the area where the patriarch was in seclusion. He especially set up a shielding array around the periphery. In fact, it was to block the energy emitted from the outside, especially the energy from the battle. All of it was blocked outside. This was not a difficult array. It was a very simple and crude shielding array, and its grade was still relatively low. But for the patriarchs in seclusion, it was the most effective array. After all, if the energy of the battle outside was transmitted over, these patriarchs would immediately be startled awake. Therefore, under normal circumstances, there absolutely could not be any fighting around here. Once it happened, it would be extremely severe. These patriarchs could not be mobilized casually. If they found out that they were disturbed, one could imagine how furious they would be. Therefore, a simple shielding array was enough. They would guard here, and whoever appeared nearby would be killed immediately. They were also extremely cautious now, keeping a close eye on the surroundings and not letting anyone come over. Hiding on the side, Tianyin did not think that his power of the void could escape their detection. Heavenly gods were much stronger than heavenly venerables. Previously, those guarding the passageway were all heavenly venerables, so it was naturally easy to hide from them. Now that they were facing heavenly gods, they would probably be discovered as soon as they got close. Hiding in the void, they would still be attacked. Perhaps it would reduce the power a little, but they would still be attacked. Looks like I have to go over with a low profile again. Tianyin smiled slightly. He thought of the idiots he had faced before. Or rather, he had always faced idiots. Now it all depended on his acting skills. Then Tianyin pretended to be flustered as he flew over, his body swaying unsteadily. As soon as he flew over, he was immediately detected by the 2 great Empyrean gods. The 2 of them were evil spirit races Empyrean gods, and were even stronger than ordinary Empyrean gods. It's a human cultivator. The 2 heavenly deities quickly looked over and stared fixedly at Tianyin. They quickly sensed that Tianyun's cultivation base was only that of a middle-level heavenly venerable. From the looks of it, he must have escaped from another planet. Kill him. Without much nonsense, as long as they came close, they would naturally kill without mercy. Immediately, one of the evil spirit, heavenly deity, rushed toward Tianyin and grabbed the void, and a powerful heavenly deity's power shrouded the area around Tianyin. After sealing off the area, the evil spirit god immediately wanted to kill Tianyin. He didn't even want to wait for him to speak, let alone subdue him. He just wanted to kill him. The mission they had received was very simple. As long as it wasn't one of their own, kill without mercy, no matter who it was. Even if it was a super prodigy from the divine realm or a princess, as long as they came close, they would all be killed. The instant the evil spirit god was about to kill Tianyun's eyes narrowed, and his drifting figure quickly swept over, directly exploding with his strongest power. Boom! The violent power pierced through the evil spirit god. The instant the evil spirit god was torn to pieces, the 5-dragon divine spear quickly swept out, turning into a myriad of divine lights that enveloped the evil spirit god. The title of the evil spirit race assassin was fully displayed here. The damage he dealt was greatly increased. In an instant, the evil spirit god was easily killed, turning into a mist of blood. Ding! Successfully killed the evil spirit god. Obtained 6 million compressed experience points. You have successfully killed the evil spirit god. Obtained an additional 100,000 compressed experience points. The combination of the violent power and the title of the evil spirit god assassin was enough to give him heaven-defying lethality. The evil spirit god assassin could increase his damage, but as the opponent's cultivation level increased, the power would gradually decrease. Although there was a decrease, it didn't decrease by much. From the previous 15 times, the power was reduced to 10 times. This was already very satisfactory to him. What was there to be dissatisfied with to be able to increase his damage by 10 times? Sneak attack. The other heavenly god's eyes widened when he saw his companion being killed in an instant. It looked like a heavenly venerate that was fleeing in a panic had suddenly exploded with such powerful power. He wasn't fleeing in a panic at all. He was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and he was here to launch a sneak attack. Then he quickly took out his jade pendant and was about to crush it to send the news that he had been sneak attacked when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Die! Yi Tianyin's eyes were cold, and he attacked fiercely while his opponent was still sending the message. The divine spear in his hand danced wildly, and each of his attacks was fatal. The violent power once again insta-killed the evil spirit god. The evil spirit god had thought that Yi Tianyin wouldn't arrive so quickly, but now it seemed that he was too naive. He didn't even have time to defend properly before he died. If he hadn't sent the message first and had immediately summoned the heavenly venerate spirit treasure, he might have been able to resist for a while and successfully send the message. Now he didn't have such a chance, and he had completely turned into cosmic dust. Yi Tianyin didn't stop and continued to kill the other heavenly venerate guards. Only then did they react, but they didn't have the qualifications to send the message. They might be able to send the message, but it wasn't to the main person. Regardless of whether they could send the message or not, Yi Tianyin had already quickly killed his way over. With a wave of saber light and sword shadows, they were all beheaded, allowing Yi Tianyin to harvest a wave of experience points, which made him feel very satisfied. Done! Yi Tianyin's eyes narrowed and he looked around. Finally, his gaze focused on the planet in front of him. It was time to wake up these old ancestors. The situation was urgent, and he didn't hesitate. He fiercely swung his spear over, and a rainbow-like light condensed into a line that charged straight into the great array in front of him. As long as he destroyed this great array and caused an explosion inside, then all the old ancestors would naturally wake up. He wanted it to be this simple and violent. It would be too late for him to knock on the door and wake them up. How could the old ancestors' seclusion grounds be simple? He couldn't break it even if he wanted to. When this attack was about to hit the great array, a figure came out from inside and patted the attack lightly, dissipating it into a pile of colorful light spots. Yi Tianyin's attack was actually dissipated. Chapter 1572. Yi Tianyin's heart sank when he saw the old man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He did not expect that there would be another variable at this time. Empyrean God Tower Cloud, Primordial Empyrean God Expert, Mid-Stage Empyrean God, one of the patriarchs who trained in the Empyrean God realm. He has a powerful primordial bloodline in his veins, and when he explodes with power, he can tear through anything with his claws. His bloodline was the precious bloodline of the Blood Wolf King. It had no weaknesses. The detailed information was analyzed bit by bit. Every piece of information that was analyzed was incomparably terrifying. Most importantly, this was the patriarch of the Heavenly Cultivation God realm. The old ancestor of the Heaven Cultivation God realm came out to block Yi Tianyin's attack and didn't even help. Without a doubt, he was a traitor. I'm indeed not a disciple of the Heavenly God realm. I wonder if I can awaken the other patriarchs and join the rescue? Yi Tianyin's expression was calm. He already knew that the other party was a traitor, but he didn't expect them to hide it so deeply. He hadn't been able to find any memories of Empyrean God Tower Cloud. This could only mean that Empyrean God Monstrous Cloud Zurge had hidden himself very well. For him to only appear now, it seemed that his plan really was quite insidious. Overall, there weren't many ancient heavenly gods here, only 5. Empyrean God Tower Cloud was one of the traitors. He naturally wouldn't dare to act rashly. Even if he wanted to subdue the other Empyrean gods, it would be extremely difficult. Moreover, why did he have to subdue the other Empyrean gods? As their companions, if he could say a few words on the side, he would be able to have his senior brothers help him take care of everything, so why not? Little friend, you don't have to worry about this. Just go to hell. If you meddle in other people's business, you will die early. Empyrean God Tower Cloud waved a finger, causing the surrounding Empyrean God's power to completely lock down the area. In terms of both the power of the seal and the speed at which it moved, it vastly outstripped the other Empyrean gods. It could even be said that he was several levels stronger than the Heaven Cultivation Region Lord, who was also an intermediate heavenly god. This was related to his bloodline. The ancient bloodline allowed him to be much stronger than other heavenly gods of the same level. Yi Tianyin's eyes narrowed. The other party attacked without warning and looked at him as if he was looking at a lowly ant. Even though he had killed 2 heavenly gods earlier, he still didn't think they were worthy of his attention. It should be said that any cultivator without an ancient bloodline was a lowly existence in his eyes. This was the arrogance of a bloodline that could override everything. As a matter of fact, he could really reign above everything. He was much stronger than those of the same level. Yi Tianyin was able to tell from a simple scan that he was a level more powerful than even Empyrean God Varen. It was no wonder that they had to seal this place to prevent the old ancestor from coming out. If all 5 old ancestors were to come out, then the experts sent over would be easily suppressed. As for the Myriad Sky Sacred Realm and the Sacred Peak Sacred Realm, their foundations were not as strong, so the experts they sent were not at the ancient era level. In fact, in their headquarters, there were no ancient heavenly gods. At most, there would be 1 or 2. Compared to this place, the difference was too great. Under normal circumstances, ancient-level heavenly gods wouldn't casually come out. They would usually be in secluded cultivation to break through. Having cultivated to this realm, they had already seen too much. They had no more desires and only wanted to charge into the God-Emperor realm. He was not interested in the rest of the power. After all, there were very few existences at their level who could contend against them. As long as they didn't have nothing better to do, they wouldn't die. In the face of the rapidly sealing power, Yi Tianyin merely grinned. Is that so? But compared to the other heavenly gods, you are quite stupid. Empyrean God Tower Cloud faltered. He didn't know what Yi Tianyin was talking about. However, there was one thing he knew for sure. Yi Tianyin was calling him stupid. In the next moment, Yi Tianyin's figure disappeared from the place he was standing, and he directly drilled into the void, and then he slammed into the barrier that sealed the barrier. With a loud boom, the sealing barrier was smashed apart. His body flashed, and he instantly teleported through the void. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Empyrean God Tower Cloud was stunned. His spiritual sense had actually lost its target. After that, Yi Tianyin appeared outside the barrier formation. He stabbed his spear into the ground, and a surge of energy surged forth, shattering the barrier formation. At the same time, a violent surge of energy surged forth in all directions, including toward the secluded cultivation area up ahead. Empyrean God Tower Cloud finally understood why he had called him stupid. Just like the other 2 heavenly gods, he had greatly underestimated Yi Tianyin's power. Empyrean God Tower Cloud was using quite a bit of power, but to Yi Tianyin it was still too weak. As long as he didn't use more than half of his power, it would be useless. There should be no more problems now. Tianyin stared at the surging energy. Even if those ancestors were in secluded cultivation like dead pigs, they should still be able to awaken, right? As the energy surged over, it violently affected the situation in the surroundings. Soon, everything returned to normal, having been absorbed by the surrounding grand formation. The defenses here were freakishly powerful, and his attacks were unable to inflict any damage. His goal was not to destroy this place anyway. All he wanted was to awaken them. Just as he was waiting for these heavenly gods to awaken, he was immediately struck by a sense of peril from behind him. He reflexively hid in space while attempting to use instant teleportation to escape from this place. He didn't even need to turn around to know that Empyrean God Tower Cloud had been enraged and was charging toward him. "You want to run?" Empyrean God Tower Cloud was completely enraged, and he made a grabbing motion. Sharp claws extended from his hands, which tore through the space around him. The space in front of Tianyin had been torn into many shreds, making it impossible for him to crawl through. At the same time, his claws came crashing down viciously, trying to tear him into countless shreds. A powerful sealing power was also imbued within his claws. Empyrean God Tower Cloud had truly unleashed his power this time, and it was an extremely powerful one at that. A sense of impending doom immediately swept toward him from behind. He couldn't even teleport now, so he could only turn around and defend himself with his 5-dragon divine spear. 5 dragon roars. Roar. 5 violent dragons roared through the air, but they were also torn into countless pieces by Empyrean God Tower Cloud's powerful claws. The 5 claws pierced through the 5 massive dragons and through Tianyin's body as if they were slicing through a piece of tofu. After piercing through Tianyin's body, the claws clawed viciously into the ground, upon which a sharp screeching sound erupted. 5 gashes instantly appeared on the hard ground. Tianyin's body was immediately sliced into 5 pieces before crashing into the ground. Insta-kill. A mere ant dares to act so arrogantly before me? Empyrean God Tower Cloud chuckled coldly. Did he think he was an old man just because he hadn't unleashed his might? Chapter 1573. What's going on? At this time, 2 old ancestors rushed out of the seclusion room. Their aura was very powerful, even stronger than Taoyin. They quickly flew out and saw the traces of battle around them. There was also a corpse on the ground, which made them frown. What's going on? Did an intruder come in? One of the old ancestors asked. Taoyin said calmly, "It's nothing. It's just some little guys who wanted to disturb our seclusion. I have already dealt with them. Later, I will tell the others to pay more attention to this matter. They must not disturb our seclusion." The 2 old ancestors were startled, but they shook their head and said, "You don't have to be so exaggerated. Who didn't do something wrong?" Taoyin, you are too irritable. You need to calm down and cultivate properly. Big brother is right. Let's go back to seclusion now. Taoyin signaled them to go back quickly. Only he knows the situation. The 2 old ancestors didn't suspect anything, but when they turned around and wanted to go back, a large flame suddenly appeared on the corpse and wrapped it up. In less than a moment, a handsome young man reappeared in front of everyone. Fire rebirth. The ability of Dragon Phoenix Divine Vein appeared again. It perfectly allowed him to be reborn. Although the cooldown time is relatively long, but after leveling up, the cooldown time will be recalculated and it will be greatly reduced. Moreover, Tianyin knows that these are very important, so he will immediately remove the cooldown time. Especially in the face of danger, in order to save his life, he will immediately remove the cooldown time. Of course, if he doesn't have Dragon Phoenix Divine Vein, he can still use life to resurrect. But the consumption of Crazy Point is slightly higher. But he can afford to use it now, so there is no problem. Old ancestor, please don't leave. Tianyin came out of the fire and said, "Cultivation Heaven Divine Domain was attacked by evil spirit race, and now the main hall is surrounded. If Senior doesn't believe me, you can immediately use your spiritual sense to investigate, and if there is a bit of falsehood, this Junior will let Senior deal with it. Etianyin said a series of words which made them confused. Especially Tao Yin, he really didn't expect that Etianyin can survive his attack. What kind of ability is this? By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Etianyin had already said everything that he wanted to say. Evil spirit race attacked? The two old ancestors were taken aback, and immediately their expressions became serious. Without any doubt, they immediately investigated. It was not that they trusted Etianyin very much, but they would rather believe it than not. After they probed with their spiritual senses, one of the patriarchs said coldly, "It really is the evil spirit race." There are also other experts from the divine realm who have already attacked and surrounded the main hall. Their spiritual senses were extremely astonishing. They could easily cover an area and investigate the situation in the main hall. Naturally, it was not a problem for them. More importantly, no one came to inform us. Instead, an outsider came. They could recognize that Etianyin is an outsider, mainly because he is a human. In the past, the divine realm would not accept a human as a disciple. This is really a kind of discrimination, but things are so cruel. Because your area is covered by a barrier formation, you can't feel the fluctuations outside. So I came to destroy the formation. But before I could destroy it, I was discovered by this old ancestor, who immediately stopped me and didn't let me destroy the formation. I don't need to explain his intentions. Etianyin said coldly. Etianyin didn't explain clearly. The two old ancestors looked over, wanting to see something from their companion's expression. Empyrean God Taoyin, however, said calmly, "That's utter nonsense. I see that you, an outsider disciple, have committed a capital offense by trespassing here. I attacked casually. As for this barrier formation, I will naturally deal with it. In my opinion, you are more likely a disciple sent by another divine realm, and you are the one who set up the formation." Not only did Tao Yin not panic, but he also fiercely attacked Etianyin, refusing to admit that he is the traitor. "Is that so? Since you know about this formation, you must have checked the situation outside, right? Why did you ask the seniors to go back into seclusion instead of going to rescue them?" Etianyin pointed at him and said coldly, "Without a doubt, you are the traitor, and I am indeed not a disciple of the divine realm of cultivation. But I am a disciple of the great Devis. I would never do such a rebellious thing." Etianyin's tone was firm and convincing. This was especially true when it was backed up by evidence. It directly shut up Heavenly God Taoyun's words and viciously tore apart Heavenly God Taoyun's face, tearing apart this hypocritical content. Tao Yun's expression darkened. There was nothing wrong with what he just said. If Etianyin hadn't come back to life, the two ancestors definitely wouldn't have checked the situation outside. Instead, they would have obediently gone back into seclusion. This was the trust between companions, and they definitely wouldn't have checked the situation outside for no reason. Who would have thought that a freak would appear out of nowhere and ruin everything? "Tao Yin, your words do make some sense." One of the ancestors stared at his companion and said in a low voice, "Please give us an explanation. Is that true?" They weren't idiots, and they wouldn't easily believe the words of an outsider. However, Etianyin's words made a lot of sense. Tao Yin didn't know what was going on outside. That was impossible. He definitely knew what was going on outside, and he knew that an outsider had come in, so he would definitely investigate the situation outside. However, Tao Yin didn't investigate, and he even persuaded them to go back into seclusion. This meant that there really was a ghost. Tao Yun's expression was dark and uncertain. He didn't think that all of his efforts would go to waste because of a human brat. "Die!" Tao Yun roared furiously, and he viciously slapped toward Etianyin, wanting to kill Etianyin again. Etianyin was already prepared, and he had already teleported away at this moment, dodging to the side. Boom! Tao Yun's attack heavily struck the area where Tianyan was, and a loud boom rang out. Tao Yun didn't continue to fight, and he instead flew away, transforming into a beam of light and quickly escaping from this area. He didn't cause any conflict with the other ancestors. However, the two of them didn't chase after him, and they allowed him to escape. "Big brother, aren't we going to chase after him?" the ancestor beside him asked. Chapter 1574. Two of the patriarchs quickly went to wake up the other two patriarchs. All four patriarchs had emerged from seclusion after learning of Empyrean god Tower Cloud's betrayal. Their faces were strangely calm. They didn't become enraged at all. "The next time we meet, we'll be enemies," they shook their heads. Their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. How could they betray him just like that? Could it be that they had mistreated Empyrean god Towering Cloud? As for what the real answer was, he could only find out in detail the next time they met. The four patriarchs all came to a consensus. The next time they met would be the day of Empyrean god Tower Cloud's death. They did not allow betrayal. It should be said that no one liked betrayal. Betrayers had to die. Unfortunately, there was a huge problem with the Heaven Cultivation God realm. He had to resolve the situation here first and put everything else aside for the time being. "Little friend, thank you for your help. I won't say much else. After we settle this matter, I'll reward you handsomely." The patriarch in the lead was the one who had been referred to as Big Brother. His name was Heavenly God Yudang. His cultivation was the strongest, and he was at the upper Heavenly God realm, an ancient Heavenly God of the upper Heavenly God level. Needless to say, was definitely at a heaven-defying level. However, he didn't try to stop Empyrean God Tower Cloud. As his old friend, he naturally knew what he was up to. It was true that there was a gap in their cultivation, but it was impossible for them to stop it easily. The most important thing now was to pacify the Heavenly Cultivation God realm. Immediately afterwards, they rushed towards the main palace, preparing to assist Regent Lord Xiaotian and the others. Tianyan also followed along. He couldn't miss this opportunity. The ancient Heavenly God is truly terrifying. Tianyan's heart palpitated. That claw just now had instantly killed him. If he didn't have the ability to rise from the ashes, he would have been dead for sure. After being killed, he still had a little bit of consciousness left, so he deliberately did not rush to be reborn. Instead, he observed the situation around him. After those old ancestors came out, they would be reborn. That would be the perfect result. If his consciousness completely disappeared, it would automatically trigger the rebirth effect. To put it bluntly, he was completely dead and had no consciousness at all. Then the rebirth effect would be automatically triggered. He might not be able to deal with Empyrean God, monstrous Cloud. But what about the other patriarchs? This meant that he couldn't use force. He could only use his wits. At the same time, the battle in the main hall was already in full swing, reaching its climax. They had already begun to fight. The battle was in a stalemate, and no one could easily defeat the other. Quite powerful. After exchanging blows with Domain Lord Heavensor, Empyrean God Varen quickly retreated. Faced with Domain Lord Heavensor's attacks, he cut quite a sorry figure. At this moment, there were many tokens in his hand. He looked at them coldly and said, "As long as I crush these tokens, my subordinates will immediately take action. When that happens, your other planets will immediately be wiped out indiscriminately." Their faces instantly changed. They didn't feel that Empyrean God Avalon was lying. It was the truth. They were all trapped here, and it was normal for the other planets to be controlled. "What do you want to do?" The Heavenly Cultivation Domain Lord's face was gloomy. If he really did that, then his Heavenly Cultivation Domain would suffer a great loss. The other disciples were quite talented, and with a little nurturing, they could become decent pillars of support. If they lost the most basic disciple in the divine realm, how would they develop? Therefore, their hearts tightened. This guy was really too despicable. "What do I want to do?" Empyrean god, Avalon sneered. It's very simple. Just kill yourself and I won't do anything. Are you joking? The great Devis said coldly. If we kill ourselves, then you won't do anything? Don't treat us like fools. Do it if you want to. They weren't that great to ask them to kill themselves, especially after they died. Could they guarantee that they wouldn't do anything? Perhaps they wouldn't be killed, but it was no different from being a slave, especially if they all died. What did it have to do with him if the others died? It wasn't that they were selfish, but if they died, the heavenly cultivation domain would no longer be the heavenly cultivation domain. Empyrean god Avalon's face was ugly. He didn't expect the great Devis to answer so decisively. He immediately pointed at him and said, Then I'll change my condition. As long as you kill yourself, I'll let 5 planets go. How about that? Empyrean god Avalon immediately turned against the great Devis. He wanted to see the great Devis die. The heavenly cultivation domain lord's face became even uglier. He took a step forward and said coldly, Don't talk so much nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to crush it, then crush it. I'll make you wish you were dead. He absolutely couldn't let his son die. Even if everyone added up, they wouldn't be as good as his son. It seems like you're really ruthless. In that case, why don't you destroy a few planets? First to play. The jade pendant in Empyrean god Avalon's hand was about to be crushed at any time. Once it was crushed, his subordinates would immediately attack. Then crush it all you want. Let's see if your subordinates have any reaction. At this time, Heavenly Paragon Sword Ruler and the others appeared on the side. You guys! When the great Devis saw his disciples appear, he felt touched. He didn't expect them to appear at this critical moment. Master, don't worry. Those trash have been cleaned up by us. All areas are very safe. Heavenly Paragon Sword Ruler and the others smiled. It seemed like their decision was correct. Otherwise, they would have been threatened and could only watch as piles of lives disappeared. Very good. You guys have done well. The great Devis was very satisfied. He didn't expect Heavenly Paragon Sword Ruler and the others to give him such a big surprise. This way, they wouldn't be able to attack the disciples of the heavenly cultivation domain. I don't believe it. Empyrean god Avalon didn't believe it. He crushed the jade pendant in his hand, turning it into a pile of powder that drifted away. The jade pendant was crushed, but there were no signs of fighting on the other planets. It was still the same as usual. This meant that all his subordinates had been killed, and not a single one was left. Now he had to believe that the subordinates he arranged in the other planets had all been killed. Damn it, I didn't expect there to be such a loophole. Empyrean god Avalon gritted his teeth and said, In that case, let's see who can survive until the end. He stretched out his hand and signaled everyone to move out. He wanted to threaten them. Since threats didn't work, he could only use force. Kill. Empyrean god Avalon led the charge, and the other Empyrean gods followed. Now that they were all tied together, if they didn't destroy the heavenly cultivation domain, it would be their god domains that were destroyed.